it's purr. You ain't gotta say a word, just walk that, let's get burned. It will roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now I'm all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian, he waving and I'm drunk. I got that shit in my cup, you know what I'ma do to you. I could give reviews to you, slow, we X, and we sipping on that juicy juice. That's just what you choose to do. Chest when you put it on me, you relieve my stress. You got me so high, taking deep, deep breaths. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high. I know you ain't a drug, but you get me so high. You get me so high, you get me so high, you get me so high, you get me so high,
POV.
I can't tell where your hair ends and mine begins. If I'm hair or tattoos, I would think that it's your skin. If I move too quick past you, I would think it's my affection. Beams cold, she's close enough. You could tell every time we touch, every time we up. Wish you could feel me, cute apartment. One bedroom, right where your heart is. Each space feels broken hearted. Cross the bed, feel way too foreign. I know when you see just someone who they see us too. I just wanna melt into you. I'm melting into you. Just wanna melt into you. Melt into you. Melt into you. Imagine you ready for love and chase up and down. Hoping you're there so you can spit it out your mouth. And inhale, exhale, breathe in. With every breath I'm sinking in. No way to describe it, I'm a riot. If I wake up and I'm somehow beside you, instead of beside you, this shouldn't surprise you. You don't even notice, no need to remind you. Wish you could build me a cute apartment. One bedroom, right where your heart is. Each place feels broken hearted. Cross the bed feels way too foreign. I wonder when they see just one, do they see us through? Dream about us together
see. I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. Time for share again. Makes me wanna dance. See it loud and proud. All my love's for you. Always been a true angel to me. Now above, I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me. Wrap them around me. Sometimes hear whispering on my pain. No worries, will you ever see my baby? I'm so happy for my baby. Dream about us together again. What I want us together again, baby. I know we'll be together again. 'Cause everywhere I go, every smile I see, I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me. I'm better. Can't even pretend like I don't want it again. On the brain all the time. Thinking about the things that we did. You did something. Shit like this don't happen too often. It's the way you put it down. I don't want no one else around. Got me taking a step on the wild side. Cutting all ties. With the other guys. Where you in my eyes. Loving me nice and slow. You made me wanna go. Call it up just to put it down on you. You made me wanna be all the right things that you let me with. You made me wanna go. Call it up just to put it down on you. You made me wanna be all the right things that you let me with. Tell me what you wanna do.
at 5 in the morning. I wake up to fight for my earnings. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah, I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now, yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need my dog. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my dog. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me that the bossed up and not changed again. It's my big bronze boogie got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. From dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the little John, okay. Oh yeah, we dripping and investigating.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch all night long. Yeah, I know we'll fellas, let's do this right. Do this right. Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Hey, yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Girl, we got it going on. Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Hey, yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. It don't make no sense. Dripping in finesse with my baby. Girl, you know we got it going on. Got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Yeah, we got it going on. Got it going on. Yeah, we got it going on. Got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Yeah, we got it going on. Got it going on.
Stroke it for me. Good morning, y'all. Come on in. How y'all doing? Good morning, happy Monday, everybody. Y'all make sure y'all double tap that screen on the way in. Let me see who we got in the building so far. Good morning, Miss Lynn. Good morning, Miss B. Good morning, Miss Carla. Let's see. I think that's it. Hold on. That's it. That's typing. Hey, Tanya. Good morning. The big eye man. Hey. Hey, Nicole. Good morning. Hey, Danielle. Tanya said she'll be right back. Okay. Hey, Miss Carla. Hey, y'all. Y'all come on in. We're going to get started because we got a lot to cover. I wanted to go at 11, but that didn't happen. So here we are. We got some updates, y'all. Let me see what's on the agenda. I got to look at my own playlist to remember everything we got to talk about. We got an update on the triple homicide case, which is baffling. We got an update on that. We also got an update on the Carmelo. Well, I'm not gonna say so much of an update, just some more information on the Carmelo Anthony case, and then we got to talk about this new case, the case that we Miss B. Why do you do? And then we're gonna talk about the update on the missing 4-year-old. Very, very disturbing. But we're gonna talk about it. Let me do this while I'm thinking about it. Let me put that up. And as I remember to put it up, I'll probably be putting it up throughout the live stream. All right. So y'all just know each and every one of these stories to me honestly are trigger. So y'all just keep that in mind. I'm going to play or react to, listen to a very detailed video from Shanitra Speaks. Y'all know I love her channel. I've shared this video out on my community wall. Y'all go over there and check it out. Give it a thumbs up. And if you like her content, subscribe to her channel. Okay. Very good channel. I love her channel. I was waiting on her actually to do this video. Let me do this while I'm thinking about it. I still got to change this disclaimer. I always forget. But anywho, let's get into it. So, as I wait for it to show up on my big screen. All right, disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. This content is for entertainment and learning purposes only, okay? Everything is alleged. I watched that since you told us. You have.
I love her channel. I love it. So we're gonna get into this video, very detailed video, talking about the triple homicide in Jackson, Mississippi. All right. So we're gonna get into it. Y'all make sure y'all double tap that screen. Support the channel. Cash App is pinned below. Hey, Lady Marie. Good to see you. All right, y'all. Y'all got any questions? Put them in the chat, and I'll try my best to answer them. Okay.
Okay.
When we arrived, the officers located 3 deceased victims inside the house. The victims have been identified as Kiana Weathersby, her 2-year-old son, Kamari Givens, and Kiana's sister, Erica Weathersby. What we can tell you is that the toddler was in the bed at the time that the toddler was murdered.
And if he's only 2.5 years old, the baby was only 2. Come on, man.
Two sisters and a 2-year-old little boy.
I want y'all to notice the title. Remember, we were trying to figure some shit out, right? So I want y'all to notice the title. Remember what I said when the female suspect entered the picture. Remember what I said when okay, because in the beginning it was 2 males, right? 2 males that were arrested, and then we had a female that was arrested, right? And then here recent we've had a 3rd male that was arrested. Hey Tanya, when the beautiful I'm looking at Tanya comment. Thank you, Tanya. When the female entered into the picture, didn't I tell y'all it was gonna be something? Now I'm still not saying that it had something to do with a man because I have not watched this video. I just know it's gonna be good. But the title is Best Friends Betrayal. So what y'all think that might entail? We're gonna get into it, we're gonna listen, and we're gonna see, okay?
Two sisters and a 2-year-old little boy would be found dead inside a home in Jackson, Mississippi. Now, arrests would eventually be made, but one detail would leave many people with even more questions. Authorities revealed the weapon allegedly used in the triple homicide was a stolen Jackson Police Department rifle.
And tonight,
y'all heard that the weapon that was used in the unalivings was stolen from Jackson Police Department. I'm gonna let you listen.
The spotlight.
Many people with even more questions. Authorities revealed the weapon allegedly used in the triple homicide was a stolen Jackson Police Department rifle.
And tonight, the spotlight is on the people sworn to protect them. Just today, Jackson police confirmed the weapon investigators believe was used to kill Kiana Weathersby, 2-year-old son Kamari Givens, and his aunt Erica Weathersby was a Jackson police rifle stolen from a patrol vehicle 8 weeks before the murders.
Now, before authorities would publicly address any motive, social media had already reached its own conclusions. Many shifted the blame to the boyfriend of the 26-year-old victim and the father of the 2-year-old child. But family and friends would quickly come to his defense. One post read, "That man tried to protect his family. He tried to lead them away from the house, but they just chose to go in like some cowards and carry out this crime. You people are broke and need some help for real. You wanted that little petty stuff that bad? Why didn't y'all chase that man down? Y'all are not gangsters. Y'all are not tough. This is not gangster." Now, his sister would then reshare that post and write, "Anybody in his shoes would have did the same. If y'all ain't have no fire on you to even protect yourself." So social media was debating if the true target of this triple homicide was...
Hey, I am so confused. Hold on. So the boyfriend of the 26-year-old, who was the mother of the toddler, boyfriend was into something. Y'all, I'm gonna have to back that back up. Let's listen again. Okay.
Eventually be made, but one detail would leave many people with even more questions. Authorities revealed the weapon allegedly used in the triple homicide was a stolen Jackson Police Department rifle.
And tonight, the spotlight is on the people sworn to protect them. Just today, Jackson police confirmed the weapon investigators believe was used to kill Kiana Weathersby, 2-year-old son Kamari Givens, and his aunt Erica Weathersby was a Jackson police rifle stolen from a patrol vehicle 8 weeks before the murders.
Now, before authorities would publicly address any motive, social media had already reached its own conclusions. Many shifted the blame to the boyfriend of the 26-year-old victim and the father of the 2-year-old child. But family and friends would quickly come to his defense. One post read, "That man tried to protect his family. He tried to lead them away from the house, but they just chose to go in like some cowards and carry out this crime. You people are broke and need some help for real. You wanted that little petty stuff that bad? Why didn't y'all chase that man down? Y'all are not gangsters. Y'all are not tough. This is not gangster." Now, his sister would then reshare that post and write, "Anybody in his shoes would have did the same. If y'all ain't have no fire on you to even protect yourself." So social media.
So wait a minute. So the people that went in there, they were after the boyfriend, and he left the house. He said he tried to direct those people away from the house. I'm so confused, but we're gonna keep listening.
Was debate post and write, "Anybody in his shoes would have did the same. If y'all ain't have no fire on you to even protect yourself." So social media was debating if the true target of this triple homicide was the boyfriend of the 26-year-old victim and the father of the 2-year-old, because according to them, this was a setup where they wanted to get him, and because they couldn't get him, then they took the lives of the 2 sisters and the 2-year-old boy. However, authorities would later speak on the motive, which you will hear more about later. But before we get to that, I want to take you back and share a few of the final posts made by the victims, including one that was shared just 11 days before the triple homicide would occur.
Absolute coward, and is probably the most vilest human beings. You kill a
It's saying the mom boyfriend tried to get them to chase him instead of going in the house.
toddler.
Jackson police say the 3 were found shot multiple times inside a home on Queen Alexandria Lane Saturday night. We spoke to a family member of the victims.
Someone to reach out to you and tell you that this happened to your loved one, and then really when you get the extent of what happened, like it just puts your world in shambles. I couldn't feel that pain, but as I understand the seeing the hurt that what happened to my sister and to see the reaction to my mama, that's 3 lives for nothing. What possibly can 2 women and a child do to you to make you want to kill them the way you killed them?
On December the 14th, 2025, Kiana made a post that read, "This year tore my butt up 100 times, but I patched myself up 101. Less than 3 months later, on March the 8th, 2026, her older sister Erica would celebrate Kiana's 26th birthday on social media. Alongside a photo of the 2 of them together, she wrote, "Stop what you're doing and wish my little big sister a happy birthday. Wish you many more." Then on April the 18th, 2026, Kiana reshared a post that read, "I'm hitting a female so hard about my sister." She added the caption, "Go be leaking like a waterfall about any of my sister's baby." Now, a few weeks later, she would update her cover photo to a picture of her 2-year-old son. Now, looking back at these posts, what Erica may not have known when she publicly wished her younger sister a happy birthday, this would be the last time she would be able to wish her a happy birthday. Then on June the 17th, 2026, Kiana would make what appears to be her final post on social media. It read, "I have old friends I don't speak to anymore, but I'm not out here dragging their name through the mud or moving like it's beef. I'm grown. You went your way. I went mine. It's no issues. Life goes on, baby." Just 11 days later, Kiana, her sister Erica, and her 2-year-old son would all be found dead inside the home they shared, leaving their family to plan 3 funerals. Now, following the triple homicide, the victim's brother.
Hold on. Y'all typing in the chat. Let me see what y'all saying. So they was after baby daddy, but they took them instead. Why go into the baby's room while he was sleeping and unalive him? Something ain't right.
2-year-old son would all be found dead inside the home they shared, leaving their family to plan 3 funerals. Now, following the triple homicide, the victim's brother and Kamari's uncle would take to social media. And what he stated was, "Man, to take my sisters and nephew close range like that was very personal. To hear my mama scream and holler like that, been messing with me tough. Them was her girls, and she didn't play the radio about them.
My two sisters, man, these my sisters, like, you know, and my nephew, man, that's man, I've been discombobulated, man.
He says his sisters were kind, easygoing women who were best friends. They were also raising Kamari together.
When I'm out fighting in the club, doing all that, no, man, my sister was chill, working to get some money. That's the only thing, working to get some money.
Bailey says he doesn't know who could have done this to hurt his family.
I just need justice. I need justice. Not only for my sister, but my nephew. He's only 2.5 years old. The baby was only 2. Come on, man. What? A 2-year-old child?
So how did two sisters who, according to their brother, as you just heard, were focused on working and raising 2-year-old Kamari end up becoming victims in a triple homicide? According to investigators, it all started on June the 27th, 2026, when authorities received a call for help.
From FBI, Violent Crime Task Force.
So on June 27, 2026, officers with the Jackson Police Department responded to a resident in the 300 block of Queen Alexandria Drive following reports of an aggravated assault. When we arrived, the officers located 3 deceased victims inside the house.
Now, as investigators continued processing the scene, they realized one of the victims' vehicles had also been taken. What happened next would become one of the first.
Somebody called on the date that they was found unalive. Somebody called the police and said that they were assaulted. Hey, Truth and Chat didn't know you were lying because I was. Okay, great. Okay. So on June 27th, when they were found unalive, somebody called the police and reported they were assaulted. Now, I don't know who could have. Well, I guess we'll hear it because they were shot at close range with a rifle. So I don't know if somebody was able to call the cops. Somebody called the cops and said that they were assaulted. Okay, let's listen.
Following reports of an aggravated assault. When we arrived, the officers.
Hi, Malika. I ain't seen Malika. Hi, Malika. Good to see you. Y'all make sure y'all double tap the screen and like the live, please. Thank you.
So on June 27, 2026, officers with the Jackson Police Department responded to a resident in the 300 block of Queen Alexandria Drive following reports of an aggravated assault. When we arrived, the officers located 3 deceased victims inside the house.
Now, as investigators continued processing the scene, they realized one of the victims' vehicles had also been taken. What happened next would become one of the first major breaks.
During the initial investigation, detectives learned that the victim's vehicle, a red Mitsubishi Mirage, had also been taken from the residence. The vehicle was recovered over the weekend.
As you're about to hear in this clip, investigators would soon make arrests in this case. And what would surprise many is that there would be a third suspect who would be arrested, and she would turn out to be a 25-year-old female. Now, once the news broke that a 25-year-old female had been arrested in connection to the triple homicide, many took to social media to say that it's over with. She's about to tell us everything we need to know about the triple homicide. But to many, they were surprised to learn that the 2 suspects that you're about to hear about, they would actually tell detectives that the 25-year-old woman drove them to the residence where the triple homicide occurred. According to them,
you mean to tell me? Now this gets weird about a moment. So you mean to tell me the dudes are the ones that's talking? The dudes are talking. Now, these fools, none of them should be talking, to be honest. But we even thought the female was gonna be the one to flip first, right? So you mean to tell me the dudes are talking and they telling what man I mean, you know what? World's dumbest criminals. I cannot. All right, let's get to it. My God.
She believed that they were only to learn that the 2 suspects that you're about to hear about, they would actually tell detectives that the 25-year-old woman drove them to the residence where the triple homicide occurred. According to them, she believed that they were only going there to do a robbery. Now, once she heard the gunshots, she would take off. But it was too late because that the 25-year-old woman drove them to the residence where the triple homicide occurred. According to them, she believed that they were only going there to do a robbery. Now, once she heard the gunshots, she would take off. But it was too late because investigators would find her and arrest her and charge her in connection to the murders because according to them, because she was there and she knew a robbery was going to happen, that wasn't.
She guilty. I don't understand why people don't get that. To this day, people don't understand You go with somebody thinking they just gonna commit a robbery. You go, you tag along. You may not even be in the room or the house. The two guys going in to rob, or allegedly rob, but they end up unaliving. You were part of it. You was there in the commission of a crime, during the commission of a crime that led to murder. You're guilty. Period. People don't get that. You go to taking people to crime scenes and go to taking motherfuckers to go rob, and they end up shooting and killing somebody. You guilty of murder. Point blank. Period. You didn't even have to be in the house. It is what it is.
Would find her and drove them to the residence where the triple homicide occurred. According to them, she believed that they were only going there to do a robbery. Now, once she heard the gunshots, she would take off. But it was too late, because investigators would find her and arrest her and charge her in connection to the murders, because according to them, because she was there and she knew a robbery was going to happen, that was enough for them to charge her.
Followed up on numerous tips from the public. Earlier today, information was developed during the investigation that led the detectives to identify a vehicle that we believe to be connected with the homicide. Officers attempted to conduct a traffic stop at 18th and Maddox Road. However, the driver refused to stop. Officers were ultimately able to safely surround the vehicle and take two suspects into custody without further incident. Currently, as a result, Cornelius Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R, 28 years old, has been charged with capital murder and a convicted felon not to be in possession of a firearm. Jordan Carter, 28, no relation, has been charged with capital murder in this case as well.
Now, of course, this was the initial press conference. And one of the very first questions from the media was, what was the motive? Although the suspects would subsequently tell the authorities that the intent was to do a robbery, many online was convinced that the intended target was always the 26-year-old victim's boyfriend, who was also the father to the 2-year-old who would tragically lose his life. Now, authorities also wanted to make a point to say 2-year-old victim in this was not caught in the crossfire. So pay attention to exactly what they say. Listen to this.
Okay.
So question, do you know what caused these guys to make this senseless act?
So as we know, it's an ongoing investigation, but this was an intentional targeted act to include the killing of the child. And so, which is why the capital murder charge does exist. We also would not want to speculate on any motives to jeopardize this case.
And also, do we know if, you said it was targeted, but if they were related, if they just knew them, by the way, we know they were targeted, why they were targeted, if they knew them, basically.
This is, like I said, it's an ongoing investigation right now, and to jeopardize the information outside of that.
Chief Bradley, are there other suspects involved besides the two you mentioned?
So we are going to continue to investigate to develop any further leads in the event that there are additional persons that are of interest that we will bring up to this case. And again, when we say targeted, we want the public to know that this wasn't a random act, that someone just went past the house, or these were persons who may not have had a connection. It was an intentional attack at this home.
Chief, what do you say to these grieving families?
You know, as we say, and as we said that night, this is senseless. This was a heinous crime committed by vile individuals who really deserve the utmost punishment in these cases.
But the two guys you guys were arrested, did they find any weapons on them or anything else relating to that may cause the shooting with?
On the initial stop, we did recover 1.9mm assault rifle, AR, pistol, and another handgun, unknown handgun, golden color.
And was this inside the vehicle?
All three was inside the vehicle, on the back seat, located on the back seat.
And that be obviously connected to the shooting?
So we will attempt to identify that. It has to go underneath our ballistic investigations as well, so that we make sure that we have all of the forensic evidence first before we come to any conclusions.
Now, two of the suspects that was arrested in this case was no stranger to authorities, as you're about to hear. But perhaps the most interesting development that would come up is that during the bond hearing, it was revealed that one of the suspects was actually on house arrest, and that's what helped in the investigation.
They're not kin to one another, but they do share a rap sheet that includes serious felonies. Get this, in court, it was revealed that Cornelius was wearing an ankle monitor when the shooting happened. His run-in with police dates back to 2015. He was charged with hitting 3 different Jackson police officers with a car, and later that same year, he was also charged with trying to escape from the Hinds County Detention Center. When it comes to Jordan, he was previously charged with aggravated assault, kidnapping, and carjacking. As police continue to investigate.
Now, eventually the suspects would attend a bond hearing because they were hoping to make bond, and you're going to hear about this. But the 2-year-old victims, his aunt, who previously defended her brother to say he did what anyone would have done in this situation. And she just made it clear that the family was seeking justice for her nephew and his mother, which is her brother's girlfriend. She also went on to say that they didn't deserve what happened and there wasn't that much power in the world to take them away. But here's the post that I want you to pay attention to. What people fail to realize is that he entered the home and took them away in their home. Nothing can justify any of this. You took away a 2-year-old at 9 o'clock at night. He was resting. He was innocent. Those women were innocent also. Everyone could be quiet.
Cornelius Carter and Jordan Carter, both of them were denied bond in this case. We also let you know that the reason that the judge stated was that they are a known danger to society. They both have prior convictions. They both have spent time incarcerated for aggravated assaults, as well as aggravated assault on a police officer, including one of them is a former felon not to be in possession of a firearm. What we can do at this point in time is update you. Although we have had the first preliminary hearing, Detective Jackson will be able to update you that we are have other persons of interest, and this case is still ongoing and under investigation.
Okay, the detective work that we saw just a couple of days and found this much information and the assailants. Talk to us about that.
You know, a lot of our information came from the community as well as electronics. We were able to use technology to also help us in this case. As you can recall, the victim's vehicle was taken from the home after the homicides. So we used technology, we used our federal partners, and we used our local partners in order to help us with investigation. But you know what? When it all was said and done, it came down to human resources, our detectives, our intelligence unit teams, our officers, our homicide robbery, all which was being led by Detective Jackson and Captain Wells and DC Banks.
Chief, what do we believe was the motive for this triple homicide? Did the suspects know the victims, or was this a random occurrence?
So we know this was not random, but we will not comment or speculate on motive. Again, we don't want to jeopardize this case and put anything at risk. We're going to make sure that every single lead is uncovered, every information that we have is thoroughly vetted, and that it meets the standard for capital murder in this case.
And I know you said you do not want to speculate on why this occurred, but can you tell us how they know each other?
So at this point in time, the relationship that we do know that they do know each other. Again, part of our investigation, if we start to reveal too much, we'll also tip off other people that we are still looking for or still investigating. And we do not want to jeopardize that at all.
So, Chief, we've heard, is it true that toddler was sleeping when he was shot and killed? Do we know at this time?
What we can tell you is that the toddler was in the bed at the time that the toddler was murdered.
And do you believe the toddler was targeted, or was just caught in the crossfire?
Until we get the full coroner's report back on the exact trajectory, things of that, our ballistics and our crime labs, this does not appear to be a crossfire incident.
And just for you, Chief, I guess just how devastating is it when you hear that a 2-year-old was shot and killed like this?
So these are the kind of cases that haunt detectives, seasoned detectives, who've been to a lot of horrific scenes over the years. And normally you can move through them in order to get the work done. This one has caused quite a few of us to pause and really have to struggle with our emotions and our feelings and to press through regardless so that we can be justice to the entire family.
I guess just what does it say about two individuals who would commit and act like this involving a 2-year-old child?
You know, any of these crimes are heinous, but you have to have a heart of pure evil you just have to have a heart of pure evil.
My last question is, what's your reaction, or how much of a relief is it to know that these two guys are off the streets right now? They were denied bond.
So it's a relief that they're off the streets, but you know what? Our work isn't done here. There are still other people that we know are involved, and we are going to continue to investigate those.
Authorities were not done making arrests. While investigators continued stressing that this was an active and ongoing investigation, they would eventually announce a 4th arrest. Now, unlike the first 3 suspects, this 32-year-old suspect wouldn't make it easy for authorities. On July the 1st, 2026, officials in Kaufman County, Texas, announced that they had executed an arrest warrant and taken him into custody without incident. So although it is alleged that he fled from Jackson, Mississippi to Texas, authorities were able to quickly apprehend him on July the 1st. Now, this arrest would also spark a heated debate on social media because while many of the victim's family members believed all along that he was involved, members of the suspect's family strongly defended. The 4th suspect, alleged family, and some of the victim's family and friends would unfortunately
Sorry, y'all. It just dropped. I don't know why. Can't explain why. Yeah, it froze and dropped. So let me bring it back up. Give me just a second. Hold on 1 second.
July the 1st, 2026, officials in Kaufman County, Texas, announced that they had executed an arrest warrant and taken him into custody without incident. So although it is alleged that he fled from Jackson, Mississippi to Texas, authorities were able to quickly apprehend him on July the 1st. Now, this arrest would also spark a heated debate on social media because while many of the victim's family members believed all along that he was involved, members of the suspect's family strongly defended. The fourth suspect, alleged family, and some of the victim's family and friends would unfortunately go back and forth with one another. But something interesting that came out of this was that this fourth suspect was no stranger to one of the victims, because according to many online, this suspect was actually involved and set him up. Now, keep in mind that authorities have not confirmed this. Authorities actually said that they did not want to release a motive because they didn't want to jeopardize the investigation. But they did say that the suspect said that the intent was robbery. Now, they went on to say that the victims and the suspects were known to one another, but they would not elaborate on exactly how they knew one another. But the families, as I've stated before, would come on social media and say that they believed this was a setup. Now, in one post regarding this 32-year-old suspect, it was stated, "Sir, you had to be very jealous and evil. How could you do this to your own friends? That poor family didn't know. They were really keeping the enemy close. They caught the fort. Good job. You worked fast, JPD. But one thing all the criminals have in common is they should have already been in jail, but seems Jackson's lets them go be menaces to society." Now, here is the post that you have to pay attention to. Someone made a status and they said, "Best friend, supposedly since second grade, and you set your own partner up, didn't get him, but took out his family. You're a different type of devil. Then it took 4 of y'all. He was applying pressure." Now, keep in mind that this is the paternal aunt, and it
All right, y'all. So let's talk about it. So far, it's too much going on, yo. Let's try to talk about it. So apparently, this 32-year-old, which was the last one to get arrested because he was in Texas, he was friends with the boyfriend of the 26-year-old, the boyfriend of the 26-year-old, and the father of the toddler. The 32-year-old, the last suspect that was arrested, apparently was friends with the boyfriend slash baby dad, slash father of the child. And he is the one that set this up. That's what I'm getting. He is the one that set this up. Still don't know why, right? But that's what I'm hearing so far. Y'all let me know if y'all heard anything different. I mean, it is a lot. It is a lot. Let's listen.
It's her brother who they're blaming, but they're saying that the fourth suspect took to society. Now, here is the post that you have to pay attention to. Someone made a status and they said, "Best friend, supposedly since second grade, and you set your own partner up, didn't get him, but took out his family. You're a different type of devil. Then it took 4 of y'all. He was applying pressure." Now, keep in mind that this is the paternal aunt, and it's her brother who they're blaming, but they're saying that the fourth suspect and the brother were allegedly best friends since second grade, although authorities have not confirmed that. However, she reshared that status, and what she said was, "I've been screaming jealousy. My brother cool, nothing but good vibes, low key, out the mix. He stated himself, he never committed a crime, money making." Now, keep in mind that the fourth suspect's family, as I've shared posts throughout this video here, has denied that he's had any involvement. Now, of course, you've heard that the weapon that was allegedly used in this tragedy was a department-issued weapon. And now you're going to hear exactly how the suspects came into possession of that weapon. Listen to this.
Dr. Michelle Brackney, Chief of Police. We will start off this press conference by noting we will not take any questions on this press conference. We will give you the information. Approximately 8 weeks ago, a series of vehicle burglaries occurred at several apartment complexes in Jackson. During those incidents, suspects unlawfully entered multiple marked police vehicles belonging to 3 different law enforcement agencies, including Jackson Police Department. The suspects successfully burglarized the vehicles, and from those, 2 of those to include JPD, and the 3rd, they were unsuccessful. However, among items stolen from a marked JPD vehicle was a department-issued semi-automatic short barrel rifle, or SBR. Upon discovering the theft, the SWAT officer immediately notified the department, and the mobile crime scene unit processed the vehicle. Our NIBIN sergeant entered the stolen firearm into the National Crime Information Center, NCIC database. Detectives immediately initiated an active investigation to recover the weapon and to identify those responsible. During the traffic stop of Cornelius Carter and Michaela Young, investigators recovered multiple firearms from the vehicle, including the Jackson Police Department SWAT rifle. The firearm was submitted to the Mississippi State Crime Lab for forensic analysis, and based on the preliminary forensic examination and evidence recovered from the crime scene, investigators presumptively believe that this firearm was used in the triple homicide. Due to the holiday weekend, the laboratory's confirmation analysis has not yet been complete, and we are expecting that early next week. While the analysis remains pending, the recovery of the stolen rifle marks a significant development in the investigation and reinforces the serious public safety risk posed when firearms are stolen. However, the responsibility in this case for this senseless murder rests solely on the individuals who chose to engage in stealing the firearm and who chose to use it to commit those heinous crimes. The fact that this firearm was recovered in possession of the homicide suspects underscores the seriousness of the original theft. This was not a misplaced weapon. It was stolen during the commission of a felony after criminals unlawfully entered a marked police vehicle. To our Jackson community, our investigators will continue to follow this evidence wherever it leads. We owe the victims, their families, and this community nothing less than a complete, transparent, and thorough pursuit.
Now, as this tragedy was spreading across social media, someone from law enforcement would come out and he would make a video. Now, in his video you're about to hear, it would go viral and it would cause a lot of controversy online because many felt like he was blaming a certain group of people and others pushed back on this idea. So I'm going to play a few short clips because it's significant here because he clarified he's not blaming one group of people. Instead, he's saying that it's a problem and you're going to hear this.
I'm doing this video purposely from a police car, purposely. And one of the reasons why is we've got to understand how real this thing has just gotten. I've been saying this and I'm gonna keep saying it. These folk wasn't playing with us. They're not playing with us now. And I'm gonna make this kind of spiritual as well as natural because I want to make sure that we cover our bases on both. This bill is aimed and directed at, and I want y'all to hear me, at our black boys. Now you can say whatever you want to say, but I'm sitting up here telling you and hear me what it is that I say. When was the last time that you know of a white kid that was ever charged with possession, having a handgun, a shotgun, any of those things?
This dude crazy. Is he okay? I mean, he look crazy because the white boys go shoot up schools. The white boys, they do mass shootings, you know. So let's not do that. Let's not go there. Let's not talk about what the little black boys are doing because the little white boys doing it too. Crime being committed everywhere by every race. It is what it is. Don't do that. Talking about when the last time. When the last time was the last time we had a mass shooting at a school or at a bar. Because they go at a Walmart. They go into public places with hundreds of people and they go to shoot. What's wrong with him? Is he okay?
I'll do what it is that I say. When was the last time that you know of a white kid that was ever charged with possession, having a handgun, a shotgun, any of those things? Unless a crime was committed, that's not even directed towards them. Y'all hear me? Just stay with me on this one. And so when they made this bill, they had our young black boys in mind. And at the end of this, you can agree or you can disagree. But one thing for sure, the reason why I asked you the question about when was the last time you saw a white guy, a white kid being charged with that is because they're not the ones out here committing these crimes that are in our community. Now, I already know what you're finna say. Well, they do. But
man, listen, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Man, these people are shooting up churches, Walmart, schools, events, bars. I mean, come on, bro. You gotta stop.
They all, you know, the white folk do this, and you know, we try to profile crimes, and certain crimes happen. You can say, okay, they white, they black, because that's what we're accustomed to hearing. But let's go ahead on and make this real plain and as honest as I can be. I'm not talking about them. I'm a black man, so I don't care nothing about what they do over there. I do. Just hear me what it is that I'm saying. But these are our black boys in our communities doing these crimes. Our black men. Last night in Jackson, somebody else dies. Day before yesterday, 2 ladies and a kid die, and a baby dies. Y'all, these are our black boys committing these crimes. Don't tell me nothing about what no white folk doing and how they doing. You know, some of those crimes that y'all want to even try to compare is like apples and oranges. You don't have a mass shooting every day, but every day in our communities, we're having shootings. You can say what.
So you're saying the mass shootings don't matter. It's the shootings in the neighborhoods and in the communities. Are you okay, sir? A shooting is a shooting, whether it's one person or 1,000. A shooting, how do you make that distinction? How do you do that?
You want to say, you can disagree with me all you want to, but every day in our communities, we're having these shootings. And the thing about it is you can keep praying. I've been saying this. Yeah, keep praying. Every time you look up, some of you all have been doing the same thing for the last few years, putting the same prayer hand emojis on every time you hear about a crime that's taking place, praying for our community. Well, how does that help you? Because prayer is not the only answer. And you can get mad at me. You can say, well, prayer is going to fix it. No, it's not. Matter of fact, Scripture even told you that faith without works is dead anyway. So you can pray all you want to, but if you're not doing anything outside of that, and even trying to introduce any kind of legislation, anything, you keep getting the results that you're getting. At the end of the day, now let me get spiritual, turn spiritual. This is an all-out attack on our black boys, our black men, and the enemy has had that set since the beginning of time. And because of that, that's why the black male is under attack. Now, you don't have to listen to it, but I'm sitting up here telling you the same way I've been saying it. These demonic entities are in certain areas. These crimes are taking place. They're not taking place everywhere. That alone lets you know, okay, this is territorial. So these different demonic spirits operate in these different cities, different sides of town, in certain neighborhoods, and they're only attacking certain people. Black folk, the men, the boys. Now, I just read where a little girl got 18 years old, got charged with aggravated assault. And y'all, our black girls and our women are being pulled into this. And it is the lack of men. I'm going to keep saying it. The lack of black men in black communities is a result of everything that we're seeing. And you can sit up here and tell me that ain't it. I'm not, listen, I have no arguments with strong, single black women that have been mothers. And I have to say fathers also, because you carry the load. But it was never intended for that woman to carry the load. It was always designed for the men to carry the load.
Let me say this to you, sir. Let me say this to you, ma'am, who actually believe that, whether you white, black, or otherwise. Let me say this to you. I'm here every day doing this. This ain't new to me. The other day ain't nothing new that I've been doing. I've been doing this for years, and for over 20 years of dealing with our black kids. Every last one of them. Every last one of them. I walked into a restaurant yesterday, and a young man sees me. He says, hey, man, let me ask you something. Do you go to prisons and stuff and detention centers and speak to black dudes? And I said, yeah. He said, I was there at one that you did. And he said, I remembered you. Y'all, I didn't know this man from the moon. I didn't know this young man. He said, man, it was because of you that I changed. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying all of that I'm one all for all. What I am saying is, don't come on my page and come for me when I'm doing this all day, every day. A lot of you are not familiar with the state of Mississippi, but we have Central Mississippi Correctional Facility. In that particular facility, there in Pearl, we have what we call the Youth Offender Unit. Matter of fact, one of my good friends that I grew up with, she's actually deputy warden there. And hear me, our black boys are sit there. Hear me. Our black boys are sit there with the opportunity. And I know you when I say opportunity, you think it positive or negative. You better be thinking negative what it is I'm about to say. Some of them can transition out and go back on probation and finish their time up at the house. The greater majority of them will transition to the other side. They will be C custody inmates for however long, whatever crime they did. And let me go on and tell you, 90% of them are black. I don't want to hear nothing. I want you to say nothing about none of this stuff. Oakley Training Center here in the state of Mississippi. Yo, this is stuff that I'm talking about that I do. You come on my page and you criticize and critique a video that I'm sitting up here telling you that I do. So I got a question for you, sir, man. What are you doing?
Good afternoon. Dr. Rochelle Brackney, Chief of Police. We will start off this press conference by noting we will not take any questions on this press conference. We will give you the information. Approximately 8 weeks ago,
I think I was talking to y'all on mute. My God, today. Let me say it just in case I was. That was Shanitra Speaks. That was her video that we just watched. Can y'all please go over there, like the video on her channel? I shared it out on my wall. Go like her channel. Go like the video. If you like her channel or her content, please subscribe to the channel and put the bell on. All right. Thank y'all so much. This next video is another video talking about it's the actual press conference that they did, and we saw clips of it in Shanitra's video. But this is the press conference where they talk about the stolen rifle that was used in the triple murder. Did you cover the boy that's been missing since July 4th? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about it, Sugar. But I do have an email that you can send. If you have any stories that you want me to talk about, we can. I don't see everything. Then again, I see a lot, but I can't talk about everything, but I try. But if you see a story or have something you want me to talk about, you can send it to my email. It's strolling across the screen, or one of my mods will drop it for you if you want to send it. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that one though. Since July 4th in Mississippi, no, I hadn't seen that one. Okay, y'all, let's listen.
Vehicle burglaries occurred at several apartment complexes in Jackson. During those incidents, suspects unlawfully entered multiple.
I do have that story with the 16. I do have this story with the 16 kids found on my playlist, so we will be talking about that one. I do have a playlist for that one. He was with a group of white friends on the lake, and he is Black and Asian. Okay, send me the story. We could talk about it, but I can't be distracted from what we're talking about today. But I will talk about it. Just send me the story so I can research it, and we'll get into it. Yeah, John, what's your name, John? What is it? John for sure. Yeah, I do have that story on my list, on my agenda. And Sugar, send me that story, and we can talk about that one too as well. Okay.
8 weeks ago, a series of vehicle burglaries occurred at several apartment complexes in Jackson. During those incidents, suspects unlawfully.
Okay, it's JoJo for show. Okay, welcome, JoJo. Thanks for joining us today.
Good afternoon. Dr. Rochelle Brackney, Chief of Police. We will start off this press conference by noting we will not take any questions on this press conference. We will give you the information. Approximately 8 weeks ago, a series of vehicle burglaries occurred at several apartment complexes in Jackson. During those incidents, suspects unlawfully entered multiple marked police vehicles belonging to 3 different law enforcement agencies, including Jackson Police Department. The suspects successfully burglarized the vehicles, and from those, 2 of those to include JPD, and a third, they were unsuccessful. However, among items stolen from a marked JPD vehicle was a department-issued semi-automatic short barrel rifle, or SBR. Upon discovering the theft, the SWAT officer immediately notified the department, and the mobile crime scene unit processed the vehicle. Our NIBIN sergeant entered the stolen firearm into the National Crime Information Center, NCIC database. Detectives immediately initiated an active investigation to recover the weapon and to identify those responsible. During the traffic stop of Cornelius Carter and Michaela Young, investigators recovered multiple firearms from the vehicle, including the Jackson Police Department SWAT rifle. The firearm was submitted to the Mississippi State Crime Lab for forensic analysis, and based on the preliminary forensic examination and evidence recovered from the crime scene, investigators presumptively believe that this firearm was used in the triple homicide. Due to the holiday weekend, the laboratory's confirmation analysis has not yet been complete, and we are expecting that early next week. While the analysis remains pending, the recovery of the stolen rifle marks a significant development in the investigation and reinforces the serious public safety risk posed when firearms are stolen. However, the responsibility in this case for this senseless murder rests solely on the individuals who chose to engage in stealing the firearm and who chose to use it to commit those heinous crimes. The fact that this firearm was recovered in possession of the homicide suspects underscores the seriousness of the original theft. This was not a misplaced weapon. It was stolen during the commission of a felony after criminals unlawfully entered a marked police vehicle. To our Jackson community, our investigators will continue to follow this evidence wherever it leads. We owe the victims, their families, and this community nothing less than a complete, transparent, and thorough pursuit of justice. Mayor.
Good afternoon. My heart goes out to the family and loved ones of the victims that we lost. No words are adequate to describe the grief. And I want to let them know that this city mourns with them. I found the latest information related to this tragedy to be very troubling. As the chief stated, a weapon stolen from one of JPD's vehicles may have been used in this crime. This is unacceptable, and the Jackson Police Department is not stepping away from that reality. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we will make changes necessary to ensure that this never happens again. What we won't allow is this fact to obscure who is responsible for committing these murders. The people who committed these brutal acts of violence made a deliberate choice to use that weapon to take innocent lives. Those are not accidents, those are crimes. And
basically what he and that woman that just spoke are trying to do is let you people know that just because the murders were committed with the police issue rifle is not the police's fault. Now, depending on how you look at it, that's neither here nor there. You know, I guess the rifle was stolen out of a cop car. The person who stole it out of the cop car, of course, was wrong. They were wrong. Shouldn't have done it. But I'm just trying to see how citizens can steal guns out of cop cars. Because that's just like someone stealing guns out of somebody's house, or stealing a gun out of somebody's house or somebody's car. And sometimes, just sometimes, when a gun that is found in somebody's house or taken from somebody's house is used in a crime, that person is charged. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the mom, right? Let's talk about the mom who was he 7, 6? The story we covered not too long ago where the 6-year-old found his mama's gun in the house. The 6-year-old found his mama's gun in the house. He took the gun to school and shot a teacher. It was not unmarked. I heard them say marked. Do I need to back it up? I listen very well. I listen intently when I'm playing this stuff. It was a marked car. And whether it was marked or unmarked, it was a cop car. Maybe I heard it wrong. But I feel like no matter whether it was marked or unmarked, it still was a cop's car. Now, I'm not saying that these cops are in any way culpable. What I'm saying is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Because when a child finds their gun in the home and shoots another child, shoots somebody, the parents are held responsible. Now, we all know that police department is not going to be held responsible for that gun being stolen and used in that crime. I'm just making, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, how is it that a citizen or a criminal, let's just say, could get into a cop car and steal their rifle? unseen, unnoticed, and then is later used in a triple homicide. So where's the, since they put on this news conference trying to get it off them, where's the culpability for them? Where's the accountability for them? I don't know if it was a crime scene or not. I don't know. All I know is the gun was stolen out of a cop car. And you telling me it's that easy to get into a cop car and steal a gun? I'm just saying. So yeah, that's the only point I wanted to make. But I do notice that this news conference is solely based on them saying, "Look, it was our gun, it was stolen, but it's not our fault. It's the fault of the people that did the shooting," which is true. It's true. But y'all know how I feel about accountability on all parts in any situation. This is cute though. It's cute.
The people responsible for those crimes will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Jackson has faced hard moments in the past, and we haven't looked away from them. We won't now. As I stated yesterday, if you see something, say something, report it. It could save someone's life. To the victims' families, I want you to know, and I want you to hear this directly from me. The city stands with you, and we will not stop until justice is served in this case. Thank you.
Was it improper for the officer to leave the weapon in the car? Has JPD been searching for the weapon for the past 8 weeks?
Reporters are so disrespectful, and they're disrespectful, and they just, the lady said they weren't taking no questions. And as soon as this man started, of course they ain't gonna take no questions because they came out there to say what they had to say and they wanted to get the hell on. They didn't want to be asked no questions about their gun, y'all. I'm telling you. Anywho, reporters are rude. They said they weren't gonna answer no questions, but here you go shooting off questions. Just doing too much.
We will not stop until justice is served in this case. Thank you.
Was it improper for the officer to leave the weapon in the car? Has JPD been searching
You heard
for the
that
weapon for the
question?
past-
Did you hear that question? That's why they weren't answering no questions. Did anybody hear that question that reporter asked? Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Did anybody hear that question and that reporter got off before that man got out of there? He said, was the gun securely locked in the police car? Yeah, they quick to take the blame off themselves if the cop get disciplined for being neglectful. If they left it unsecured in a vehicle, it's the police fault. Just because it say police doesn't mean it's untouchable. They're going to get sued. I think that welcome to the chat. What is it? Super Mike C. Welcome to the chat. I think that's what they are trying to be ahead of, trying to get ahead of. You know, listen, the cities, the states, they don't play, especially when it comes to the cops, the mayors, and them and they and those. They trying to get ahead of that. They know that gun being police property poses a problem, and they trying to get ahead of the game. Period. I want y'all to pay attention to what that reporter yelled out. And he hauled ass.
Say something, report it. It could save someone's life. To the victims' families, I want you to know, and I want you to hear this directly from me. The city stands with you, and we will not stop until justice is served in this case. Thank you.
Was it improper for the officer to leave the weapon in the car? Has JPD been searching for the weapon for the past?
Was it proper for the officer to leave the weapon in the car? Has JPD been searching for the weapon since it went missing? I'm gonna let y'all hear that one more time. I'm telling y'all this is gonna come up again. That's why I'm reiterating it to y'all. Thank y'all for the likes. I appreciate it. Continue to hit that
I want
like.
you to know, and I want you to hear this directly from me. The city stands with you, and we will not stop until justice is served in this case. Thank you.
Was it improper for the officer to leave the weapon in the car? Has JPD been searching for the weapon?
He
for the
said,
past 8
was
weeks?
it improper? Was it improper for the officer to leave the gun in the car? Is it protocol to leave firearms in a police vehicle? I don't know, JoJo, for sure. Apparently, I don't know. But it's got to be an issue. That weapon was used to unalive 3 people. So I'm thinking it's going to be something to it, y'all. I'm just saying. That's why I wanted to make sure I let y'all hear that part. Let's see what this one is. Oh, this is another video talking about the rifle. Let's listen.
3 innocent lives taken, including a toddler killed in his bed, 1 police rifle. And tonight, the spotlight is on the people sworn to protect them. Just today, Jackson police confirmed the weapon investigators believe was used to kill Kiana Weathersby, 2-year-old son Kamari Givens, and his aunt Erica Weathersby was a Jackson police rifle stolen from a patrol vehicle 8 weeks before the murders.
We owe the victims, their families, and this community nothing less than a.
Hey, Miss P. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm going to play this again. I know we just heard it, but I'm going to play it again because I want y'all to listen and remember. All right, let's listen.
Complete, transparent, and thorough pursuit of justice.
That promise of transparency now meeting growing demand for accountability. War Department policies followed.
Y'all know, my people know that's in this chat that support me, know that I don't watch these clips ahead of time. I take the titles, I skim through to make sure, extra, and I react real time. Didn't I just say something was going to come up about accountability? You can't deny it. You can't sweep it up under the rug. You can't. You people done came out here and said one of y'all's rifles, and let's be clear. If them folks was gonna do that, they was gonna do it where they had that stolen weapon or not. But why are people running around the streets of Jackson, Mississippi with a cop rifle, unaliving people? Let's listen to this video. I told you it was gonna come up.
Complete, transparent, and thorough pursuit of justice.
That promise of transparency now meeting growing demands for accountability. War Department policies followed. If they were, are those policies strong enough? If they weren't, who's responsible for making sure this never happens again?
This is unacceptable, and the Jackson Police Department is not stepping away from that reality. We hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we will make changes necessary to ensure that this never happens again.
Well, those are the promises, but after making them, mayor and police chief refused to answer a single question from our reporter. Good evening, I'm Troy Johnson.
And I'm Megan West. Tonight, 16 WAPT is pressing for answers. We filed public records requests to get them. Let's go to 16 WAPT's Nicholas Brooks, who is live at Jackson City Hall tonight after speaking with a retired FBI agent, asking the questions city leaders wouldn't answer.
Yeah, and a family is preparing to bury 2 daughters and a 2-year-old boy. Tonight, investigators asking themselves 2 questions. Who is responsible for this crime, and how did a department-issued police rifle ended up in the hands of the suspects?
Jackson Police Chief Rochelle Brackney says the department issued short barrel rifle investigators believe was used in the triple homicide of a mother and her son and her sister was stolen about 8 weeks earlier after suspects broke into marked law enforcement vehicles from 3 different police agencies at apartment complexes across Jackson. Police say the rifle was recovered during a traffic stop of 2 suspects, and preliminary forensic testing indicates it was used in the killings. How serious is that, by the way?
The issue is every police department has take-home vehicles, and they've got weapons retention policies, how these weapons are to be stored in the car.
Why is this now being told or announced to the public now, knowing that this happened 8 weeks ago? What's your intake on that?
The police department should have notified the public, in most cases, that the robbery had occurred on their vehicles. Weapons were stolen.
Former FBI agent Rich Colco says investigators should also be reviewing department policies, training, and whether officers follow procedures before the rifle was stolen.
Do you think that training needs to be reevaluated, re-looked into, along with their policies?
Clearly, the policies will have to be reviewed. But if 3 different agencies' vehicles were broken into in a short period of time, that means there was some planning done, carried out by the person who did this. So did somebody have some inside information? How did they track down those vehicles at these apartment complexes? When did they know what shifts they would be? Did they know that these were members that might have rifles in the car?
We asked Jackson Police for its written firearm security policy, take-home vehicle policy, whether the officer assigned that rifle followed department policy, and whether those policies are now under review. We also filed public records requests along with records involving stolen police guns and police vehicles. As of airtime, we have not received a response. Colco explained to us what those safeguards looked like during his years in federal law enforcement.
We had rules and policies. They had to be kept in the trunk. There had to be a an alarm available. There had to be a chain lock.
Colco says if mistakes were made, investigators shouldn't stop with the criminal case.
If policies were not followed and a weapon was stolen from a police vehicle and used in a serious crime like this, there are certainly liability issues for the police department.
Jackson police expect forensic testing on the rifle to wrap up early next week and will continue following the investigation. Reporting in Jackson, I'm Nicholas Brooks, 16 WAPT News.
Jackson police made quick arrests in the triple murder of the two sisters and the toddler. Cornelius Carter, Jordan Carter, who believes they are not related, as well as Devin Montecure and Michaela Young, all of them charged with capital murder. Montecure was arrested Wednesday in Texas by U.S. Marshals. Happening right now, Jackson police have extra officers on the streets. Chief Brackney announced a quick response team would be patrolling the city for the next 5 weeks after a deadly June. It comes after 10 people were killed in a series of shootings across the city. Each of these red dots a location of one of those shootings. The number in it tells you how many people were killed at that location. 16 WAPT is Jackson's breaking news leader right now on the 16 WAPT mobile app. You can watch the entire news conference.
All right, that was a good one. I told y'all it's going to be some kind of accountability. All right, so that's pretty much what I have as far as updates on that case, y'all. Apparently, social media is talking, and they are talking about why this could have happened or might have happened. Apparently, the police still hadn't come out and spoke on it. I wonder. Of course, they can sue Malika. They could try. Everybody sues these days. You know what I'm saying? And you would be surprised the lawsuits that are won. Welcome, James. You would be surprised. Of course, they could sue, right? All right, so we're gonna move on to some updates. So, did they recover the police? Yeah, Tanya, it was used in the shooting, and it was in the car with the first two suspects that were arrested. That's how they was able to get it and test it and know that it was a Jackson Police Department issued gun. The dudes had it in the car with them. The first two dudes that were arrested, they had it in the car with them still when they got pulled over. That's how they got it. That's how the cops got it. You know, that's what it was. All right, so I am of course going to keep y'all updated. Yeah, CB paid $12 million for the dog tag. What the hell? You know what? Just don't do ignorance in this chat. Oh, it was in the car. I got you. Yeah, it was in the car with the first two dudes that got arrested. All right, I have never heard of this in California. It's awful institution. Yeah, well, it happens. All right, so anything else come up as far as updates, y'all? I'm gonna go on social media and see if I can find some more of those Facebook posts. But that's all the updates I have as far as that case. Now, what we're gonna get into now is some more information as far as the whole Carmelo Anthony situation. Our boy Introvert Rockstar did a video in saying that Megan Metcalf, which is the mother of Austin Metcalf, may God rest his soul, he did a video. And then Miss Lowdown, and I shared all these videos out on my wall, y'all. Y'all please go over to these content creators' channels, like the video if you like their content, subscribe to their channel. And then Miss Lowdown did a video talking about Carmelo Anthony was robbed by Austin, and then some audio. Now, when they say robbed, I'm pretty sure they're talking about the backpack that was taken away from Carmelo. But I'm not sure what this video entails because, of course, I did not watch it. But we're going to watch it together, all right? So those two things are what we're going to listen to pertaining to the Carmelo Anthony situation.
And you already know, on this channel, we hold racist Caucasian people accountable because if we don't, who will? If you don't like it, get to stepping because it ain't going to stop. Now, look. They want to drop these blurry-ass videos on Juneteenth just to make Carmelo Anthony look guilty. Well, guess what? Happy Independence Day, partner. Man, run a tape.
Fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before. And then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them,
listen very carefully to this voice because this is the voice is Megan Metcalf, Austin's mom. And I need to go find them. She has done, listen, we was talking about the daddy, y'all, out here doing interviews, but she is she has hit a couple of YouTube platforms, y'all. I did not know this. I did not know this until like last week. But yeah, Megan Metcalf has also been talking. You watched this video the other day. You did. Okay. Yeah, Megan Metcalf has also been hitting platforms and speaking to as well.
Hey, partner, man, I want to take.
Fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before, and then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus, and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him.
This email that they're speaking about must be that email in regards to the cheerleader. Y'all remember oh God. Oh, I thought I had exited out. Y'all remember the cheerleader that sent the coach an email regarding the twins? Do y'all remember that? This is what they're talking about.
It's what? Happy Independence Day, partner. Man, I want to take.
Fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before, and then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus, and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was.
So the coach got the email about the twins fucking with the cheerleaders, or I can't remember if it was just one of them or both. But the coach got the email from the cheerleader about being harassed or picked on by the twins, or one of the two. I don't know. I can't remember if it was both of them or just one of them. But he pretty much told the cheerleaders, look, what happened, because remember they was in a restaurant or something, and one of the twins called somebody fat or something. I don't know. They were bullying them because they were bullies. Okay? They were bullies. And when the cheerleader sent the email to the coach told her, look, call the police because it didn't happen on campus. It didn't happen at the school. It happened off campus. So call the police if you feel violated, pretty much.
Actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus, and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm going to.
She telling on her own son. Now, let me say this. She just said Austin wouldn't disrespect the girl, but Hunter just might. Now, let me tell y'all this. According to the streets, and this is not, hey, Melissa, according to the streets, Austin was the golden child. Austin was the golden child. Austin was the one that was going to go to the league, that was going to, make the bucks. He was the better football player. He was this and that and the third. Hunter was the little troublemaker. What is IMO, in my opinion? Okay, I think that's what my daughter told me. In my opinion, they shouldn't have done something because the coach should have done something because I'm assuming they were in uniform when they did this. Oh, I don't know. But let's listen.
And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children. But the end result, nothing happened in that regard. And then I actually asked someone here recently, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out to all these people or whatever. And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a pissed off and just decided she was just going to do
Hold on, y'all.
whatever to hurt my kids more than because
Hold on. Let me back it up because it was skipping. I want y'all to hear every bit of this.
regard. And then I actually asked someone here recently, how it got leaked or whatever, the email had gotten out to all these people or whatever. And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off and just decided she was just going to do whatever to hurt my kids more than because she felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that felt disrespected. So she felt disrespected and wanted to.
Or she saw the name Metcalf in the news and she wanted some clout. There's that.
Right.
So it wasn't even a cheerleader.
My ass. See, this is what I be talking about. Clout my ass. She put it out there because your son disrespected her. The coach swept it up under the rug. Nobody did anything about it. So she saw an opportunity to get it out there. You people should have handled it. It should have been handled. So she saw the opportunity to put it out there to let people know this is what they do. Period. Don't get mad.
Well, because she felt disrespected because maybe it was her daughter that felt disrespected. So she felt disrespected and wanted to.
Or she saw the name Metcalf in the news and she wanted some clout. There's that.
Right.
So it wasn't even a cheerleader. It was the mom.
I don't know if it was a mom that sent the email. I think it was a mom that leaked it.
Megan Metcalf is facing renewed criticism as online discussions highlight claims from people who say they knew the family, raising questions about her son's behavior. Make that make sense. And in the words of Johnny Taylor, they running out of lies, getting hard to think of an alibi. It's crazy, bro. None of this stuff was in the trial. And I keep telling y'all, these twins, they've been hating on Carmelo because he was actually good and they was trash. They the ones that lost to a team that didn't win one game in 3 years. But we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, damn, Megan, you and Jeffrey been talking so much. Y'all been exposing your own sons. Man, run a tape.
Anything about the cheerleader email? We kind of talked to Brandon about it a little bit. He didn't go into too much detail because of and he just said kids were disciplined, and that's
yeah. So the incident was that we had played Frisco Liberty that night and lost, and we should have beat them because they hadn't won a game in 3 years. So the whole football team was frustrated and upset, and Austin and Hunter were physically upset even at the game. They got in trouble from the coaches because Austin threw his helmet. Hunter was the one who's kind of more of he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin was I'm done. He was just, there was only 2 minutes left. And he was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. And I'm going to be honest with you, the cheerleaders, I love the girls. I wasn't a fan of the coach, and I felt like our cheerleaders just were
he is a cheer coach. She's a cheer
what's
coach.
the point?
Yeah.
What's they were just what's the point? This is, our team's trash, this kind of thing. And the girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them.
So you mean to tell me that they had picture it, Sicily people? There was a football game. But people regularly want to say these boys weren't bullies and they didn't fuck with nobody and they was angels. Austin still did not deserve to die. God rest his soul. But we're going to speak on the facts, okay? So there was a football game. They lost to a trashy team. They lost to a team where they should have won. Austin and Hunter has anger issues. You can't tell me they don't. From all the accounts that we've heard of these young men, they have anger issues. They have anger issues. They have poor sportsmanship. One of them threw their helmet because they were losing. Didn't even go back out and play in the game. That's what you call poor sportsmanship. That's what you call anger. Huh? So after the game, they go to Cane's. Okay? At Cane's, there's a group of cheerleaders. They're cheerleaders from their team talking trash about the team or the game or whatever. His big bully ass, Hunter, said something to the cheerleaders. They can't have their opinion. They can't have a conversation amongst each other. They can't. He walks up to him and start. Y'all listen to this now. I want y'all to listen.
More of like he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left. He was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. And I'm going to be honest with you, the cheerleaders, I love the girls. I wasn't a fan of the coach, and I felt like our cheerleaders just were like,
he did it as a cheer coach. She's a cheer
what's
coach.
the point?
Yeah.
They were just like, what's the point? This is, our team's trash, this kind of thing. And the girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them because that's how he approaches things. And Austin just, when everyone was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that. Like we're upset that we lost, and this is how you're not even going to support us. So there was not like a physical altercation. It was more of verbal of like, you guys are assholes for not, you're supposed to be.
So apparently Megan don't have no issue with her 2 big sons attacking, and that's what they did. These cheerleaders, they don't see nothing wrong with it. They ain't see nothing wrong with it. They don't see. That's just what they do. That's how they are. So it's okay. Wow.
You're not even going to support us. So there was not like a physical altercation. It was more of verbal of like, you guys are assholes for not, you're supposed to be First Memorial supporters and you're acting like we're shit. And you're cheerleaders on top of that. So fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before. And then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus. And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were 2 completely different type of children. But the end result, nothing happened in that regard.
And then I said, wait. Where is these emails that the cheerleaders wrote to the coach? Check this out. The other cheerleaders and I have tried to make an effort to stay supportive and spirited throughout the football season. However, the disrespect we feel coming from some of the football players is making it very difficult. While talking amongst ourselves about the loss, Hunter Metcalf stood up and yelled that my friend and fellow varsity cheerleader is a fat B word. I don't understand what triggers his rages. Make that make sense. And I told y'all, bro, over and over again, these 2 were known bullies. I mean, how you mad at the cheerleaders because y'all lost to a team that didn't win 1 game in 3 years, you big dummies? She said, I don't know what triggers him. Well, guess what, little mama? I do. Their father, Jeff Metcalf, he triggers them. That's why they broke his arm. Their mother, Megan Metcalf, she triggers them. The drugs, it triggers them. If you know, you know. And that's why, bro, right after the stabbing, they ran straight to the media outlet, bro, to control the narrative. But guess what? The rabbit hole gets even deeper. Check this out. We see the Metcalfs act out time and time again. But we trust there's repercussions or some sort of consequences, so we stay out of it. After they left Canes, one of the other football players told us that Hunter said his hands were by S-word. If you know, you know. Implying that he would not only hit guys, but also girls. Make that make sense. And in the words of the Williams brothers, sweep around your own front door before you try to sweep around mine. You need to take a little time, stop and look in the mirror and check yourself. So you got all these raccoons, all these racist people, bro. They trying to judge Carmelo's parents. They trying to talk down on Carmelo's parents. But these 2, they really ghetto. And if I'm tripping in my comment section, tell me I'm tripping. And look, ain't none of us perfect, but these 2, they love to hide their hatred. They love to hide their racism behind religion. They love to hide their racism behind politics. They love to hide their racism behind playing the victim. And I can go on and on. And you, Jeffrey, since you want to go on tour and go on all these media outlets and talk down and do interviews about Carmelo's parents, and you want to lie on Carmelo's parents, let's remind the people who you really are. Let's travel back in time right quick. Check this out. Jeffrey Charles Metcalf was arrested on June 14, 2011 in Collin County, Texas, on a second-degree felony SA charge. The record lists him as 46 years old at the time, with the case processed through the county jail system, and identifies the charge as a felony level offense under Texas law. Make that make sense. So Jeffrey, if Carmelo is a watermelon felon, that makes you a coleslaw felon. If you know, you know. See, y'all claim to be Christians, but y'all just like
call that man a coleslaw. Who Jesus? So I assume y'all didn't know that. Now, see, they're saying that these charges, that this right here is fake. That's what if y'all paid attention, he spoke about this in that 2-hour rant. Yeah, he spoke about this. He's saying it's not true. He's saying it's not him. Jeff Metcalf is denying that these charges are his. Let's hear this again. Yeah, SA charge, Tanya. Yeah. But he called him a coleslaw felon. My God, today.
About Carmelo's parents, and you want to lie on Carmelo's parents? Let's remind the people who you really are. Let's travel back in time right quick. Check this out. Jeffrey Charles Metcalf was arrested on June 14, 2011 in Calhoun County, Texas, on a second-degree felony SA charge. The record lists him as 46 years old at the time, with the case processed through the county jail system, and identifies the charge as a felony level offense under Texas law. Make that make sense. So Jeffrey, if Carmelo is a watermelon felon, that makes you a coleslaw felon. If you know, you know. See, y'all claim to be Christians, but y'all just like your sons. Both of y'all are bullies, bro. Y'all tried to bully Carmelo's parents, but we ain't having that, bro. See, your sons are haters, man. They've been hating on Carmelo because he was great in track, because he was great in football, and they trash. Y'all raise haters. And if I'm lying in my comment section, tell me I'm lying. Then I say, wait. It all makes sense why Jeffrey is still doing interviews even after the trial. It all makes sense why Megan is still yapping even after the trial, bro, because they both feel guilty. I told y'all, Carmelo may be in a physical prison, but the Metcalf family, they in a spiritual prison, and the ancestors kicking their ass. And I love that shit. Hey, I already know before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Look, to the people, to the raccoons and the racist people that's mad because we still speaking up. We still standing up for Carmelo Anthony. Why y'all wasn't mad at the racist ass cop in Mississippi that murdered that 1-year-old baby? Why y'all not mad when they found Tanya Nicole Miller in a tree in Miami? Why y'all not mad about Kai James? They found him at his school dead, bro, because of racism. Why y'all wasn't mad when 18 prison workers handcuffed Mr. Robert Brooks and they beat him to death on video? They showed the video and nobody was mad. Why y'all not mad when black women go to these hospitals and these doctors murder them on purpose while they in labor, bro? And sometimes they murder their babies. I can go on and on. So stop with the fake outrage. I don't believe you. Man, look, shout out to the Caucasian people that's standing up for Carmelo. Shout out to my people that's always standing up. And shout out to the Dream Team. Man, I'm out, bro.
Yeah, Tanya, I got that story in my playlist too as well. It's a lot, y'all. I got so much. Like I said, this one channel that I know if I lose all my channels, this one channel that I know I would never lose content on. Like this, yeah, I got that story in my playlist too as well. In fact, a couple of those stories that he talked about, I got them in my playlist. All right, so this is Miss Lowdown. The title of her video is, let me go so I can see let me see if I can see the whole. Hold on. My mouse want to echo. Let me see. Oh, see if I can see the whole title. Well, let me go to my device. Hold on, y'all. I want to tell y'all the whole title. Oh, shoot. Where is it? Where is my playlist? Wow. Hold on, y'all. Ooh, there it is. All right. So the title is, hold on 1 second, y'all. The title is, what you say? Why did my screen cut off in the middle of me watching you? What is going on today? I don't know. You saw mine just went blank and dropped me. So, Carmelo Anthony robbed by Austin Metcalf. Audio from Hunter Metcalf. I'm thinking this may be just the audio of Hunter admitting, and I don't know because I hadn't listened to it. But from it's probably just Hunter admitting that they took Carmelo's book bag, or Austin took Carmelo's book bag, because he admitted that in that first interview he did after this happened. Oh, I don't know if I could handle that case. Girl, I know. Let's listen, though. I'm still listening. But I'm thinking that's the only thing it could be, unless she got something else. Let's listen.
I didn't see the stat, but then I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
What was you doing? What did you do that for? What did you do that for?
Hold on, let me slow it down.
You did that because you were going to get him from the back and whoop him. You mean to tell me that you saw your brother?
This sound like Willie D. All she did was record this out Willie D. Y'all know Willie D. She got this off of his channel where he was listening to Hunter's initial interview. But we'll listen anyway.
As fast as I could, but I didn't see.
What was you doing? What did you do that for? What did you do that for? You did that because you were going to get him from the back and whoop him. You mean to tell me that you saw your brother getting aggressive with somebody and you just ignored it wasn't going, you left? Everybody left? No, y'all was right there, right, standing right by his side. And TMZ tried to make it, let me get it what TMZ said. Here it is, I got it. You need to move. And he's like, make me move. All of a sudden, he grabbed his backpack. That's not what that man said.
Yeah, my brother stepped in and said he needs to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grab his backpack.
I don't know how you get that. We can play it slow for you.
Also grab his backpack.
And we can play it fast.
Yeah, my brother stepped in and said he needs to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grab his backpack.
And we can play it regular.
Also grab his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack, y'all. Is that robbery? If you snatch something from somebody, because if you watch the news and somebody walk up to somebody and snatch their chain, that's robbery. They robbed them. Austin snatched Carmelo's backpack. That's robbery, right? It ain't like, oh, Austin walked in on the tent and caught him in somebody's book bag or something like that. No. It's get out of our tent or something like that. That's what they telling us. And Austin snatching his backpack. Now, the question is, y'all, the biggest question is right now is, did he get the tool out of the backpack? Did Carmelo get the tool out of the backpack before Austin robbed him of the backpack? Because we gotta just say it like it is. They try to sugarcoat it and make it look like it was something else and this and that and this, but this is what really happened. Carmelo was approached by some Turian brothers, and his things was taken from him, and he was assaulted, y'all. And they're saying that this is not self-defense, and it's self-defense all day long, y'all. Lord have mercy. Let's listen to this. Listen to this mess.
So if Austin grabbed his backpack, now you said that we asked him to move, and then your brother, you was right there. You were right there. Austin grabbed his backpack. This is why you didn't testify.
Yeah, my brother stepped in and said he needs to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grab his backpack. The kid, I drove around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I went.
He said he didn't see the stab, y'all. Your brother is into it with somebody, but you was in front of the brother. Because word on the street is he confronted Carmelo before his brother did. Why is they lying so much? And we just supposed to sit here and believe it. And we just supposed to just let it just ride, y'all. This don't make no sense. You confronted Carmelo before your brother did. That's facts. This is what they're saying is facts. And now you're acting as if, oh, you didn't see nothing, you don't know nothing, you ain't seen nothing. Really? See, you people come in my chat with that bullshit, right? Let me say this, because I let a lot of stuff slide. I do. I usually don't address certain things, especially ignorance, and people that weren't raised or in their adult life, they have no friends, they can't get no ass and things of that sort. So you come in here and you say Carmelo has a butthole the size of a Coke can. Now, for you as a man to be thinking about Carmelo's butthole, that's kind of weird. It's kind of like fruity like. I'm thinking you're a fruity pebble that can't get your butthole, resized. But this is the thing. Now, y'all come in here, y'all make those type comments, but what if somebody was to in turn turn around and say that Austin is, dead, he deserved to be dead, this and that, the third, say things about that. See, that's disrespectful, right? That's disrespectful. So you coming in here talking about Carmelo's butthole is disrespectful. But I'm not gonna block you unless one of my people block you, because I'm looking on StreamYard and I can't tell if one of my people got you out of here. But I just wanted to make that point. You come in here and you say disrespectful things about Carmelo, but in turn, if people were to say disrespectful things about Austin, then you people will be in the uproar. Just keep it cute. Just try to keep it cute here. Why don't they give the twins, those Caucasian young men are the one that's living? Give him a lie to take the test. If he's feeling like he's telling the truth, he won't be afraid to take it. Okay. And we know if it was in reverse, you wouldn't hear about all this. You would not be going through all this. They would have been through without saying self-defense. I agree. One, we don't want nobody dead, and we know that the young man didn't want nobody. Right. Nobody. He was just protecting himself. This is why they should have stopped bullying when these two. So when it all ends, we have teenagers, whether black or white, we have teenagers in the incident that happened, and we need to try to find out the truth. But we know for a fact when they say don't make. Oh, you typing? Okay. All right, let's listen. If it don't want to play. Really? Omen, Damien, whatever they want to call you. Y'all, let's keep listening.
I drove around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
What was you doing? What did you do that for? What did you do that for? You did that because you were going to get him from the back and whoop him. You mean to tell me that you saw your brother?
This is hard to y'all.
Get aggressive with somebody.
My bad, y'all. I don't know what's going on. What's that error? I don't know what the heck is going on, y'all.
And you just ignored it wasn't when you left? Everybody left? No, you was right there, right? Standing right by his side. And TMZ trying to make it, let me get what TMZ said. Here it is, I got it. You need to move. And he's like, make me move. All of a sudden, he grabbed his backpack. That's not what that man said.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He said, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack.
I don't know how you get that. We can play it slow for you.
Also grabbed his backpack.
And we can play it fast.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He said, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack.
And we can play it regular.
Austin grabbed his backpack.
Austin grabbed his backpack.
Yes, he did.
So if Austin grabbed his backpack, now you said that we asked him to move, and then your brother, so you was right there. You were right there. Austin grabbed his backpack. This is why you didn't testify.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. He said, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I drove around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I drove around as fast as I could, but I didn't see.
What was you doing? What did you do that for? What did you do that for? You did that because you were going to get him from the back and whoop him. You mean to tell me that you saw your brother getting aggressive with somebody and you just ignored it wasn't when you left? Everybody left? No, you was right there, right standing right by his side. And TMZ trying to make it, let me get what TMZ said. Here it is, I got it. You need to move. And he's like, make me move. All of a sudden, he grabbed his backpack.
Same thing. Okay, I'm done with that. I think she's playing the same clip over and over again. And plus, we already heard that because we heard it in the interview that he did. We've listened to that interview so many times. So we're gonna move on. Y'all go over there and support Miss Lowdown. I have her. This video shared on my. Miss Lowdown, I share her video out on my wall. Can you please go thumbs it up if you like her content, subscribe to her channel. Okay, so moving on. Let's see what we have next. We are now going to get in the disturbing story of Javea Harris. I told y'all last week. Hold on. I told y'all last week that I was feeling something in my spirit. I told y'all this. I told y'all something wasn't right. I felt it, I voiced it, but I did not want to go into, too much of detail of what I felt. But I do know that it took me back to another case that we followed where a little girl,
3 of the search for 4-year-old Javea Harris a
little girl had been missing, and the parent or the mother reported her missing. And she had been missing for a month, and they ended up finding out that the young girl was unalived and her mom had did it. And it took me back to that case and how I felt during that case. And I told y'all I felt that, right? So, of course, over the weekend, there has been some developments, and we're going to talk about it. Any unwanted touches, assault, so they definitely need to appeal for. Yeah. All right, so let's get into it, y'all. All right, I'm going to do this once again. Hold on one second. I'm going to put that up one more time. Put that up. But I definitely want to put this up. Okay. I forget that Caucasian. I don't know which case you're talking about right there. Callie or Khalil, whatever your name is. But yeah, so let's get into the updates, y'all. I'm gonna play these clips. I'm gonna try my best not to talk too much through them because I want y'all to hear everything that's going on. Now, mind y'all, these clips go back to the beginning of the weekend. So they are in chronological order, and they're in chronological order, and they go back about 2-3 days, okay? And then the last one is going to, of course, bring us to current. Y'all continue to hit that like button. Well, double tap the screen for me to like the live stream. You can support the channel by Cash App or PayPal. The link is pinned at the bottom. Oh, the Casey Anthony. Oh, yeah, that was a mess. If you talking about Casey Anthony, that was a mess. Nicole, that was a mess. All right, let me push play.
We're coming up on 72 hours since she was last seen. Authorities searching.
Now, this right here, these first couple of clips, y'all, they had not, just put it like this. These first couple of clips is when they were still searching for her as a missing child. They did not know anything about what the parents may or may have not done. They was just still searching for her in these first couple of clips, okay?
Well, it's day 3 of the search for 4-year-old Javea Harris, and we're coming up on 72 hours since she was last seen. Authorities searching more than 5,000 acres since her disappearance. Today, they're back out there in the Shiloh Heights area of Aiken County, and so is your Sydney Hood. Sydney, what is the search looking like on day 3, and how is it changing going into this weekend?
Well, just within the last 15 minutes, Will, we've heard from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office that they are going to be scaling back their efforts, but they said that they want the public to know that though they might be dialing back a bit, that they are not going to stop looking for Javea Harris until they find Javea Harris. That has been their top priority all week long. Sheriff Marty Sawyer has said that to us multiple times, that the ultimate goal in all of this is to find Javea and bring her home to her family and to this community. And the community itself, he touched on how supportive this community has been throughout the entire week, worried about Javea, wanting to find her. And while he says that they are appreciative of the community wanting to help, they are still encouraging folks to stay away from this command center that they have at Bethel Baptist Church out here by Pipeline Road. But he did say a couple of the things that the community can do is to utilize that tip line that the Aiken County Sheriff's Office has. They have that number posted on their website. We have it on our website as well. He says that no detail is small there. And they are also encouraging folks that if you have any photos or videos you think could help investigators search or find Javea, they have a website set up to where you can post any photos or videos you think could help them in this search. And he also wants the community to stay vigilant, to look in your own yards, to in any spots that a child may be hiding, so bushes or ditches, for example. But most of all, he wants the community to pray for Javea, for her family, and for the folks that are out here searching for her and have been searching for her all week long, going into the dark hours and into the morning hours, as well as during the day out here in this brutal heat. Will, you and I have seen folks coming in and out of this command center drenched in sweat, carrying bottles of water as they go in and out, some of them coming here to take breaks, but just constantly moving, going out into the neighborhood where Javea was last seen at. It's about a half a mile from the church. And I can say they were out there again today over in the Hillsborough Street area, as well as on Ridgecrest Road, going door to door, talking to neighbors, just walking around on the ground, trying to get any sort of information that they can find. And I was out there talking with some of the neighbors myself today, and they were telling me that all week long they've seen the FBI, SLED, other law enforcement agencies searching in their yards, asking them questions to, again, just get any sort of information that can hopefully lead them in the right direction of finding Javea Harris. But you mentioned earlier talking about how the search is going to change a bit going into the weekend. Another thing that the Aiken County Sheriff's Office just told us is that they'll be dialing back on those roadblocks that we've been telling you about all week long. For the longest time, no car was coming into this area unchecked. You couldn't come in without getting stopped, and you couldn't leave without getting stopped. And these deputies were asking people questions like, what is their name, their contact information. They were also asking folks what they were doing in the area, how often they're in the area, do they come in this area often. They were also asking if they knew Javea, if they knew her family, if they knew anything about her prior to Tuesday evening. Those are just a couple of the questions that law enforcement has been asking people who travel through this area all week long. But again, the main message from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office tonight is that though they might be scaling back their search efforts, they're not going to stop searching until they bring 4-year-old Javea Harris home to her family. Will?
And Sydney, you told us earlier that the Lexington County Mobile Command Center, which is the large black-looking RV that's on scene there, is actually going to be leaving as well because they had a prior engagement for this weekend. So again, it doesn't mean that they're scaling back in their search and what they're doing necessarily, but just reevaluating some of the resources. But in the press release that we just got from the Aiken County Sheriff's Office, what stood out to me was the quote saying that we have additionally conducted numerous interviews with this investigation to include Javea's family. So family, the Sheriff's Office confirming that family was actually interviewed once more. We did talk to the father yesterday, and we have that for you on our website, WRDW.com. So investigators in the Sheriff's Office confirming they have talked.
All right, so in these clips, you're probably gonna hear the daddy talking a couple of times, at least, more than one time. But I want you to pay close attention, y'all. Pay close attention when the father speaks. Can you hear me now, Natasha? Oh, okay. Yeah, pay close attention when the father speaks, y'all.
The family once again, but heading into the weekend, it looks like the Sheriff's Office looking at resources and what's available heading into the holiday weekend. And many of you may be wondering why there wasn't an Amber Alert. This has been a big topic over the last couple of days. We did look into that, and there are specific requirements law enforcement need to send one out. We'll put that on your screen now. Authorities must believe a child was abducted. The child needs to be 17 years old or younger to in immediate danger here. They have to have enough information available, like suspect information and vehicle details, along with the child's name and information entered into NCIC, which is the National Crime Information Center. And like Sydney was saying, some of you have been very adamant about joining this search, but the sheriff's office is urging everyone to stay away from that search area. Officials say that they're using all types of tools to look for Javea, including helicopters, drones, and of course, dogs. They say if anyone else comes into that search area, they could miss a clue, accidentally destroy any evidence, or cause harm to themselves or someone else. They add for the dogs, they do need that clean trail, and extra foot traffic could wipe out Javea's scent if it's available. You can check your property and call the tip line if you know anything, if you see anything that could help bring Javea home. And we're taking another good look at her here. You can't get enough look at her at this point. Remember, she was last seen at around 8 p.m. Tuesday night playing in a chicken coop at her home on Hillsborough Street and Ridgecrest Road. Her mother called 911 at around 8:45, telling deputies that she was wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, Crocs, and she was last seen with braids with pink beads on the end. If you see her, have any information, call 911 or again, that tip line. It's 803-502-5200. We'll bring in your first alert meteorologist, Emily Acton. Emily, this is something we've been talking about since Tuesday. That graphic you have right there is not a good sign for this search heading into the weekend.
A little bit of an update on the search for Javea Harris as we have now entered day 3 of this search here. So time is ticking as law enforcement still on the ground in Aiken County trying to find any sign of Harris. I wish I had any kind of news or major updates for you, but unfortunately, nothing major has come out of the sheriff's office as of today. But we do have some small updates and some nuggets to share with you. We do have a team on the ground at the command center in Aiken County to give you any kind of updates. And we'll go live now to your Sydney Hood, who's been on the ground for the last 3 days now. And Sydney, earlier this afternoon, we did see some crews out on a couple of the neighborhood roads, canvassing the area, talking to neighbors. We also have an update on what plans are moving into the weekend, or at least what the thought is moving into this weekend. What kind of updates have you gotten with that?
Yeah, well, the sheriff's office told me they are still planning exactly what that plan looks like heading into the weekend. Of course, we're going to stay on top of that and bring you the latest once we get an actual plan as we inch closer into the weekend there. But I want to go back to the comment that you just made about how we wish we had some sort of news, good news to share with folks. And I think you could have said it better myself there, because, you know, that's all that we want to share is any sort of updates, news, good news with folks. But unfortunately, like you said, not a lot of huge developments in this search right now. But I can say, being out here since around 10 o'clock this morning, I have seen just nonstop movement coming out of the staging area behind me. This is Bethel Baptist Church and Pipeline Road behind me. But driving around the general area here in the Shiloh Heights area, like I said, I've seen law enforcement going in and out of the neighborhood. Saw a couple of trucks parked over on Hillsborough Street, which is the last area that Javea was seen Tuesday night. But I was talking with some neighbors as well, just again trying to hear from them on what they've seen, what they've heard, what is going on there, since of course they live over there in that area. And some neighbors were telling me how they still see law enforcement in their yards searching through bushes, ditches, anywhere where a child may be hiding, and they're still getting questioned there. And I saw that with my own eyes today. Deputies going door to door asking people questions, just again canvassing through.
Now I have several clips of the before the developments. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play them all. I know some of them are kind of lengthy. I just want to give y'all a sort of kind of idea of how they continue this search over the weekend for this baby, and how they came up with because this one live is like an hour or so long. I may upload that as a premiere, I don't know. But then after this one, we're gonna get into the recent developments. Okay, so just know that this right here is before they actually updated us on what was going on. So Priceless, I like that name. Welcome to the chat. Make sure you double tap the screen. Thank you.
That area. Sheriff Sawyer told us yesterday during his news conference that as of in that moment yesterday afternoon that they have no details to show that Javea could be out of this area. So that's why they said that they are concentrating on this area in this neighborhood. The church is about a half a mile from where she was last seen. So I've seen with my own eyes deputies concentrating on this area. But talking about just neighbors and the community response to this, I had said this earlier this morning, but you can hardly go on any sort of social media platform right now and not see Javea's name and not see her. Right now is to continue saying Javea's name and continue showing her picture to hopefully steer them in the right direction, or somebody knows something can go to law enforcement and give them any little nugget to steer them closer to bringing Javea home. That's why they keep saying to utilize that tip line if you have any information. The sheriff's office has that number on their website. We have that on our website as well. And the sheriff's office has a website where if you have any photos or videos you believe could help them in the search, they are encouraging folks to utilize that as well. The sheriff's office says if you have any photos or videos from June 15th until June 30th, they are encouraging people to share that as well. They've said multiple times that no detail is small here, just anything to get them closer to, again, bringing Javea home. That is their main focus here. They have said that multiple times. They want to bring Javea home to her family and to her community. And I also want to touch on the role that these roadblocks that we keep talking about, the role that those have played in this search. There is no car coming in the Shiloh Heights neighborhood and no car leaving the Shiloh Heights neighborhood without getting stopped and questioned and searched by law enforcement. And when I say no cars leaving, it doesn't matter if you live in this area, it doesn't matter if you work here, it doesn't matter if you're just traveling through, it doesn't matter if you are here covering this story. They have stopped our vehicle, they've asked us questions, they asked us our names, our contact information, what we're doing in the area, how often we're in the area, if we've traveled this route before, if we knew Javea, if we knew her family, if we knew them prior to June 30th. These are just a few of the questions that law enforcement is asking the cars who travel in this area. And Sheriff Sawyer mentioned yesterday the role that these roadblocks play. He said that that could potentially lead them to a witness who didn't even know that they were a witness. And those roadblocks have been going nonstop since Javea was reported missing Tuesday evening. But as these hours tick away, you can tell just the urgency has only grown since she was last seen on Tuesday. I've talked about how this parking lot behind me has filled up with law enforcement vehicles, and that still stands true today. Just the amount of people showing up to try and find this little 4-year-old girl and bring her home to her family will. We can't say that enough. We can't show her picture enough to folks in hopes that it reaches the right person who may know something to, again, steer these law enforcement officers in the right direction of bringing her home to her family.
And I just want to say that I do see your guys' comments on Facebook, so we'll try to answer as much of those as we can. I know one of those was about a standoff. I believe that is referring to the one that was up in Tennessee. We've actually confirmed that has nothing to do with our situation here, so we can confirm that. Again, I know that's making rounds on social media. So the Tennessee situation, nothing to do with Javea Harris at all. We made sure that we checked on that. I know law enforcement was checking as well. But Sydney, talk a little bit. I mean, this is something we've been talking about the last few days. Talk about the temperature out there. What are you feeling? And then what are you seeing from some of the investigators out there too?
I mean, there's no denying how brutally hot it is out here. We've heard that from our First Alert weather team about how dangerously hot it is out here and potentially life-threatening temperatures out here. And certainly you and I, we talked about this yesterday whenever we were both out here, how we've seen these deputies come in and out of this parking lot with bottles of water. They have their shirts are drenched in sweat. It just goes to show you how hot it is out here. And I mean, you think about how hot it is for an adult out here, but you can't help but to think how extreme that is for a small child. I mean, she's 4 years old, she's 3.5 feet tall roughly, and weighs 40 pounds. That is just a small child out here, for all we know, in this heat by herself, for all we know right there. But I mean, we're on day 3 right now. It's only grown hotter as the hours and the days tick away out here, and that certainly is on the mind of the people who are searching for her out there. And again, that's a part of why they're so urgent in scoping out this space, the nearly 3,000 acres that they have walked on, been in the sky searching for her. So that's certainly on the forefront of their minds right now with how hot it is, and heading into the weekend doesn't look like it's going to cool down anytime soon as there. So again, that just goes into the urgency and how just the response out here and how that's in the back of there's a lot of things in the back of their minds right now, but the heat is certainly on top of mind right now.
And it takes a toll not only on some of the searchers that are out there and investigators, but also you and some of the reporters that are out here trying to keep the public informed every step of the way on this. It takes a toll on the entire community when something like this happens. Sheriff Sawyer telling us in a press conference yesterday that they will not stop until they bring her home. And we're hoping for some good news eventually. And we're hoping that this doesn't have to go into the weekend as well, as crews are still out there. You can see trucks behind you that have continued to come in and out of this command center, going to different places to search for Javea Harris. Now, I did have a chance to go out the Aiken County Sheriff's Office telling us today that they put billboards up all across the CSRA, FBI Columbia saying that too. You saw some of that video a little bit earlier. We'll show it to you now. Missing Javea Harris. They can tell you when she was last seen, where she was last seen, to call 911 or that tip line number, which is 803-502-5200. You've probably heard that a million times, but you can't hear it enough. You can't hear her name enough. You can't see her face enough at this time until she comes home. So a new step in this process that law enforcement putting up digital billboards, trying to get her name and her face out to every single person that they possibly can. And I know that there are people in the comments asking about how the family is doing, where the family is, have they spoken to anyone? I had the chance to talk with the father yesterday, And it was an interesting conversation. I talked to him over the phone, and it was an initial interview that I had with him. And he told me a little bit about what happened, what the search was like, what he knows. And I'll give you a rundown, and then we'll actually play the call as well, so you can hear it for yourself to give yourself some context. Now, he told me that he went out to run a few errands, went to go get candy for Javea. She said she wanted some. He went to a few other stores, ended up at a laundromat, and that's when he saw a large law enforcement presence. And at the time, his girlfriend was actually pregnant, so maybe he thought that she was going into labor. That's what he told me. That's his narration of what happened. He raced home, and that's when he saw a large law enforcement presence at his home, drones in the air. Investigators actually started talking to him, and he wasn't allowed to go in the house or check anything. He had no idea what was going on. He tells us that his girlfriend actually couldn't contact him because she didn't have cell service, though she was the one who did call 911 for help. According to an incident report from the sheriff's office, they tell us that Javea was last seen in the front yard playing with chickens at their chicken coop. The sheriff telling us that she just wandered off. That's what they think, and that's what they know right now, is that they believe that she has wandered off and that there was no abduction. There's been a lot of talk about that Amber Alert. That's part of the criteria for issuing one of those. So the father, again, telling me that it's been emotional for them. It's been very hard not knowing what happens. He says that you see this in movies, you see this on TV, but you don't expect it to happen in your own community or your own family. And he said that Javea was not one to run away or has not done that in the past. She was extremely friendly. There were initial reports that she was a child with autism. We learned out that that's not necessarily true, but she may be on the spectrum. She was not nonverbal. She's very communicative and can talk. So that has changed since the very beginning. So I know that there is a lot of conversation happening around that initial interview and conversation that I had with the father. There was supposed to be a follow-up interview where we could ask more questions and get more information from him, but that did not happen. So we're stuck with what we have right now from the family, but it does give us some insight. We're going to play that call for you so you can listen for yourself and draw your own conclusions, and you can hear for yourself what he had to say.
Okay. I got up around 5-ish, and my daughter was outside playing. My girl was out there watching her. She was in and out of the house, I say that. And I was going to get up to wash the clothes. What else can I say? I left the house around 6, like late 6, maybe like early 7. It was probably around like 6, and I got back to the house maybe around 7:15 because my girl and my daughter said they wanted some candy, like she wanted some suckers and she wanted cookies. And I had went to like three stores maybe in between those times to go get gas, Black Miles, and I had got some drinks, like some little Mad Dogs and stuff like that. And when I left and I went back to dry the clothes because I was watching them. I was sitting there for a little minute, and I ended up going to another store. Like these 3 stores that I'm saying, like I saw these 3 stores already, but I went to a store last, and I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. And then when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering. I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where like you could out there as police or whatever, but I didn't know that it was my house. Because my girlfriend at the time, she didn't have service. She didn't have service on her phone, so she couldn't call me to let me know anything that was going on. So she just ended up calling 911. So when I came back to the house. Before I got on my road, I seen a police truck with a drone out, and that's when I started speeding up because I was like, it's something going down like close to my house. When I got turned on my road, I seen a whole bunch of police like right at my house. So that's when I hurried up and I got to the house and I was like, what's going on? I thought my girlfriend was in labor because she was supposed to have a baby, you know what I'm saying, soon. So she ended up having a child that same night on July 1st. But she came up crying to me saying my Javea missing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like I kind of freaked out, and the detectives was telling me I couldn't go look and stuff like that because they didn't want me to mess up the area or whatever. But that's basically what happened up until all of this came about.
Okay. Is she known to run away? Like, has there been past issues with that with her? Is she known to do that?
No, she does not run away, but I will say that she is friendly. Like she's friendly. Like she doesn't like, it's not a stranger danger thing with her. It's not like get away from me. Like she didn't get that. She didn't understand it. She was just all friendly to everybody. She was very respectful. Like, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. Like that's what she do. We raised her great. Like she was a real smart kid. That's why like they had me kind of like messed up, but they were saying that she was not like she's nonverbal and that. Like yeah, she was saying she's autistic and like that was like the media was like messing. I don't want to cuss, but that was messing my head up a little bit because they don't even have a good description of my child to try to describe her.
What's a good? Is she autistic or is she on the spectrum at all? Is that true?
She was on the spectrum when she was born, but they said that she couldn't be.
Diamond, forever. Just stay tuned. This is leading up to the update. Just stay tuned. Y'all just stay tuned.
Since she was 4 years old.
Okay, so it's on. You guys just don't know.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. We never got her tested, and she's never given a sign that she is, autistic. She talks good. She's like very like she's talking better than me. She got more respect than me.
Understood. So you guys had no idea what could have happened to her.
I have no clue. Like, sir, I don't like. It's really wild. But I gave all these detectives this information about people snooping around the house late like since I started work. Like from Friday, well Thursday really, but from Friday to Monday, I had to work. Like, I was working night shifts, and every time I left, my girl would like, when she would tell me like, oh, it's been people doing this, and then the third round the house they get called, like they be on the phone with people like around the house, like just talking and walking real slow and things like that. And I've been telling them that, but
How are you doing through all of this?
I didn't
It's okay.
I didn't got a little bit of it out, but it's like not knowing is killing me. It's killing me, like, because like you see stuff like this often, but you don't expect it to be you.
And is the mother, is she your wife?
No, she's not my wife. She was my girlfriend.
Okay. How is she doing?
She's still a little tore up, but she's making it. She's trying to stay calm because we just, like I said, we just recently had a child. She had to really go in labor early because all the stress that was going down. She had that baby the same night that all of this happened.
Just joining us, give us any kind of update that we have today from what you've seen there from that command center and around those surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay, hold on, y'all. It dropped, but here comes the updates. All right, give me a second. This is a press conference put on by the Aiken County Sheriff's Department this weekend. Okay. All right.
Have a breaking news update right now. We're getting the latest information as the Aiken County Sheriff's Office is going to be giving us some live and new information on the 4-year-old Javea Harris, who has been missing since Tuesday. She was last seen at 8:15 in the Hillsborough Street and Ridgecrest Road out in Aiken County. The Sheriff's Office says earlier this week that the mobile search operations are being scaled back, but emphasizes that the search for Miss Javea Harris, who is 4 years old, will continue until she is found. She was last seen wearing pink Minnie Mouse pajamas and Crocs. Investigators say more than 5,000 acres have been searched so far. We'll be hearing right now, as you can see on your screen, Sheriff Sawyer is going to be giving us some new details on this investigation, and we're looking to hear some more. Take a listen.
I'm Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer. And we're gathered here, and I'm gathered here with all these law enforcement partners to make the hardest announcement that I've ever had to make in my 36 years career in law enforcement. I'm deeply saddened to
y'all pay attention. This was the other day. I want to say, let me give y'all the exact date they did this press conference. Okay, I want to be very. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna tell y'all the exact. I think it was. I want to say it was the 4th of July, but I don't. Give me a second. 2 days ago.
We have
It was on the 4th of July. This news conference was conducted on the 4th of July, which was Saturday. Okay, y'all pay attention.
Sawyer. And we're gathered here, and I'm gathered here with all these law enforcement partners to make the hardest announcement that I've ever had to make in my 36 years career in law enforcement. I'm deeply saddened to tell you that our investigation and evidence leads us to believe that 4-year-old Javea Harris is deceased. It's the outcome that we all feared, and sadly, it's the outcome that we must face. We'll have to face it together as a community. Our search for Javea drives on. We are continuing to put massive law enforcement resources to work to recover Javea and bring her home. We all hoped and prayed to find her alive. But it's extremely important to bring her home to her family, and it's important to bring her home for us. We are currently searching an area of interest right now, not in Aiken County, and I am not disclosing where that's at. But I'm sure you understand, if in fact Javea's body is where we think it is, it's going to be a difficult time for everybody there. And we don't need anybody from the outside of law enforcement, trying to access that area. Today, I'm announcing that we have arrested Javea's parents. We've arrested her dad, 23-year-old Jamaria Harris, and her mom, 22-year-old Michaela Herring.
Oh shit! I hear it. So y'all heard that, right? The parents were arrested. Yeah, the parents were arrested. I knew when I heard the dad's story last week. I felt it. I knew it wasn't right. The story didn't add up. It didn't make sense. Hold on a minute, y'all. So yeah, last week I told y'all, yes, sugar, yes. I told y'all last week when I heard that story, and I kept telling y'all I was feeling something, I was thinking something. I didn't want to go into it because I didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, who wants to believe that? Like, who wants to believe that the parents did this? But we do know that we've covered several stories, y'all, where that has been the case. It just is what it is. And even though you don't want to say it out loud until it's confirmed, you know what I'm saying? It happens. So let's listen.
It'll be a difficult time for everybody there. And we don't need anybody from the outside of law enforcement, trying to access that area. Today, I'm announcing that we have arrested Javea's parents. We've arrested her dad, 23-year-old Jamaria Harris, and her mom, 22-year-old Michaela Herring, for homicide by child abuse and filing a false police report. Additional charges may be forthcoming. We'll figure that out as the investigation goes further. We have spoken to Javea's extended family, and we'd ask that you respect their privacy. We can only imagine what they're going through. We put every resource available to find Javea and to bring her home safely. I want you to pay close attention to these next two sentences. This is very important. Sadly, the night of the 911 call on June 30th, when that call was made, it was already too.
Listen, y'all, because when I tell y'all this is identical to that story we just covered months ago with the mom that reported her daughter missing. Kind of find out the baby had been missing for what, over a month, 2 months. And the mom had, unalived her. Remember? Listen.
Sadly, the night of the 911 call on June 30th, when that call was made, it was already too late to save Javea. At this time, our investigation supports that she had been deceased for at least a month. I want to express my sincere gratitude to every law enforcement agency, local, state, and federal, and all of our volunteer fire departments in Aiken County, who stood alongside us this whole journey for the past 3 or 4 days in this heat and long hours. There's too many agencies to name, but I am going to name a few that played the key role and supported Aiken County Sheriff's Office in this operation. Special Agent in Charge, Kevin Moore with the FBI Field Office in Columbia. You'll hear from him in just a minute. Major Patterson with the South Carolina Highway Patrol. Chief Keel with the State Law Enforcement Division. Sheriff Rowland with the Edgefield County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Kuhn with the Lexington County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Boone with the Kershaw County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Gino Brantley with the Richmond County Sheriff's Office. And Chief Baranko and Johnson with the Aiken and North Augusta Department of Public Safety. A big thank you goes out to Paul Matthews with Aiken County Emergency Management, who opened this EOC for us at 4:30 Wednesday morning. And it's been manned ever since then. Aiken County EMS, Lexington County Fire Service, and for all the other sheriffs that's called me this week, offering support, encouragement, manpower, or equipment, whatever we needed. The professionalism, cooperation, and dedication demonstrated by everyone is nothing short of exceptional. Every agency brought valuable resources, specialized expertise, but most of all, an unwavering commitment to bring Javelia home. I also want to thank you, the media, for covering our investigation, for helping spread Javelia's picture to our community, in hopes of locating her. And finally, I want to thank our community. From the encouragement, patience, prayers, and support. All that means more to us as law enforcement and first responders than you'll ever know. We received an overwhelming amount of support through shared information, donations of food and water, and countless acts of kindness that reminds us why we're so proud to serve the citizens of Aiken County. I'd like to especially say thank you to Bethel Baptist Church, who's right around the corner from where this started. They opened their doors to us. They provided food, water, restrooms, and probably most importantly, air conditioning for those guys that were out in the woods searching. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Special Agent in Charge Kevin Moore.
Thank you, Sheriff. And good morning. I'm Kevin Moore, Special Agent in Charge of the FBI's Columbia Field Office. And today, a family in this community are hurting from this tragedy, the loss of a 4-year-old Javelia. We want to offer our sincerest condolences to Javelia's loved ones and to this community. The men and women of the FBI have been here in Aiken County since the beginning, working alongside the Sheriff's Office and our law enforcement partners. With the information we had at the time, we put every available resource into finding Javelia. That included dozens of FBI personnel who were part of the searches, the neighborhood canvasses, the digital media review, and interviews. We also had members of the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, the Child Abduction Rapid Deployment Team, and our technical experts involved. Whenever a child goes missing, it's a joint effort to find them, and the FBI works hand in glove to assist law enforcement agencies in doing so. It's heartbreaking that we are not standing here with better news. We want to thank the community for all the support, for the tips, and for showing compassion in trying to locate Javelia. Thank you to our law enforcement partners. It's truly one team. Now we are all focused on pursuing justice for Javelia, because that's what she deserves. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to take a few questions, but understand this is still an active investigation that we are working as we speak and we stand here. So answers may be limited, or I may tell you I'm just not going to answer that question. So.
When did this investigation change from a search to a recovery? I know that we heard from you earlier this week about it being a missing person search. So where did that change and how did that change?
Well, if you remember correctly, when I said that, I also said that there was another team doing an investigation off site from out there here. After a certain amount of time when we don't find somebody in a neighborhood that supposedly walked off, I don't want to get behind the 8 ball. The FBI was called quickly. They can always go back home, but I want them here as soon as we could get them. So to give you an exact point, I can't do that. The search team are doing their job. The team here is doing their job. And when we figured out she wasn't there anymore, is when we backed everybody out and focused on this.
You mentioned she had been deceased for at least a month. Can you share how that was determined?
No, ma'am. All right. Thank you again. I know it's hot. We will have further updates as they come, either by another press conference or a press release. Thank you.
At Cap, what, as you just, very heartbreaking. Well, as you just heard, we got some very heartbreaking updates. Let's go ahead and recap what the sheriff said. We now know that Miss Javea Harris has been confirmed dead, and they do believe to have evidence that is believed for her to be deceased at this time. He also mentioned that the search, and they do have a search in area of interest right now. However, it's not believed to be Aiken. And the biggest update that we do have that the sheriff went ahead and told us is that they now have made 2 arrests in connection with the disappearance of Miss Harris. They have arrested both of her parents, 23-year-old Jamaria Harris, and also the 22-year-old mother, Makalia Harris. And their charges right now are homicide by child abuse and filing a fake police report. And he also asks to respect the family's privacy at this time, as they've already made arrangements to speak with them now that they have the big update on that case. But one of the biggest things that I want to go ahead and mention was probably one of the saddest things that we heard as we were listening to that broadcast was on June 30th. One of the key things that he mentioned was on June 30th, the call that was made in the calling about Miss Harris. The sheriff mentioned that it was already too late to save her, and that she had already been deceased for about a month. And the sheriff also made some multiple thank yous to the many agencies, including the FBI, Aiken County Sheriff's Department, who have been out there having the search teams, the church that was involved, helping them with water and things like that to make sure that they were hydrated as they were continuing the search. Now, I want to go ahead and tell you again, if you're just now logging into our broadcast, we do have some new information on Javea Harris, who's 4 years old. She has now been confirmed dead, and they do have evidence that has believed to have her to be deceased. 2 of the biggest things, they have 2 arrests that have been made right now, both of Miss Harris's parents, 23-year-old Jamaria Harris and the mother, 22-year-old Makalia Harris. They both have charges of homicide by child abuse and filing a fake police report. That is now the latest information that we have right now. And the other biggest thing is that on June 30th, the call that was made in involvement with her, it had already been too late to save her, and she'd already been deceased for a month. We'll, of course, have all these details up on our website with all the information if you happen to miss it, including that live press release on our website, that's WOTX.com, and on our app, that's WLTX. We'll have the latest after this.
All right, I have several more clips of the news station's coverage after that announcement was made. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to skip ahead, because on yesterday, which was odd for me, being as though it was a Sunday, it was the weekend, and it was 4th of July weekend, but the parents appeared in court, y'all. The parents appeared in court, and I'm trying to figure out which one of these I'm going to play first, because I got several, y'all. I got several. So let me get into this one first, and we'll go on from there. Now you're going to hear about Javea's parents appearing in court. Let me start with this one.
Okay, then when I was at this okay, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was wondering, I was like, a lot of stuff goes on in Aiken to where like you could like as a police or whatever. But
wait a minute, is this the one? Let's see. Oh, okay. We're gonna go back. Oh, let me fast forward.
We learn what Javea's father's fate is with this bond hearing. So our crews have been escorted back at this time for homicide by child abuse charges. So they have found that judge. We know that our crews have been escorted back at this time. Of course, we're a little delayed from the 12:30 time frame. So our crews are back in that courtroom right now. We will get live updates as soon as we have them. We will,
Actually, I'm gonna go back because I'm not sure if it's gonna cover everything that I got in these clips. So we here. We might as well be thorough. Let me go back to my timeline. Let's go to this first.
We're now live, and you were at the bond hearing this morning. We were hoping to see the mother and the father, but just saw the mother this morning of Javea.
Now, this is the bond hearing of the mother, y'all. I think they were done separately. I'm not for sure. I just know I got 2 separate clips for each one of them. So this is the one for the mother.
Harris, give us some details and catch us up to speed on what was announced, but also what the feeling was like being there at that bond hearing and seeing her and hearing her speak too.
Yeah, of course. Well, this was our first time that we laid eyes on her since her arrest, and she came into the courtroom with no attorneys present, and the judge told her her rights and gave her the procedures of what was going on today before ultimately denying her bond. He said that the charge of homicide by child abuse charge would have to be taken up in the circuit court, and that he did not have the authority to set bond there. And then the filing a false police report charge, he said that carries up to a $5,000 bond, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, the judge denied bond there. But it was pretty quick here, Will, with her coming in, the judge giving the procedures there and telling her rights and denying the bond and everything. Some other notes that came out of it, the judge asked her where she was currently employed. She said Transcom, and the judge asked how much she weeks, and she said about $1,300 bi-weekly. And then he said that she makes too much to qualify for a court-appointed attorney there. And another question that was asked of her by the judge was who else lives in the household, and her answer to that was, quote, the father. That's all she said. And then the judge asked her where he works, and she said DHL. But I mean, it was pretty quick in there. I mean, it was quiet there. Like I said, there were no attorneys present with her. She was cuffed at the ankles whenever she came in, and just really did see a lot of emotion in there. I mean, even I was watching her as she was signing the papers before the deputies took her back into custody. Didn't really see anything but a blank face in there, but just very quick in there. But of course, we're camping out here at the detention center as we wait to see if we'll see Javea's father in court today.
Yeah, again, the newest update too is that she was denied bond, and we were waiting and hoping to see the bond hearing for the father this morning too, but that has since been delayed because they said he was not ready for the bond hearing this morning. So we're checking with the sheriff's office to see exactly when that will be. Sydney, what was the process this morning when you got there? Just for people who don't understand what you have to do for a bond hearing, take us through what the steps are, what the process is. It was supposed to start at 10 o'clock too.
Yeah, well, on our end, we have to file paperwork to get permission from the judge to have our cameras present in there. So, I mean, if you want me to kind of take you through my day, I will. I got out here at around 9:20. I wanted to get here early enough to make sure that we are ready to go, since judges typically like to get through these things quick and fast here. We gave our paperwork to the front desk here at the detention center. They sent it back to the judge for him to look it over, and that took about 20 or so minutes. Around 9:40, 9:45, the front desk told me that somebody would come to bring us back to the courtroom at 10 o'clock. And then around 10:15, I think I told you, Will, that we were still waiting to go back. And then shortly after I sent that message to you, somebody came back, told us the procedures and how this was going to work, that they would bring us back into the room, and before bring us back into a room before bringing us into the courtroom to set us up where cameras are supposed to set up there. But yeah, nothing really more to say there. I mean, it was like I said, typically, these things start on time, but I mean, you never know with court. There could be a multitude of factors that went into why we didn't start right at 10 o'clock this morning. I mean, you have to think it's a weekend, but it's also a holiday weekend, so that also factored into that, I'm sure, as well.
All right, thanks, Cindy, for the insight too. I'll keep you on here. We can kind of talk about yesterday as well, because you've been on the ground the last couple of days with the search efforts, and then also the press conference too. And I'm just going to answer some questions as well. Yes, you can go to bond hearings in South Carolina, just decide. So I don't know. There's been a lot of people coming in and out. I think we can play the bond hearing again for people who haven't seen that and hear from her. So if we want to play the video from the bond hearing, we'll play that in a second. Okay. All right. Well, we will fill until we're ready here. I'll let you do that. Some of these questions I cannot answer, just so you guys know. Sydney, did they give you any indication on when the father's bond hearing will be, or what exactly did they say in the courtroom today or before you got in there about the dad's hearing?
Well, before we were already in the courtroom, just getting set up, ready to go, and this was before they brought the mother in, of course. And the judge told us just as a courtesy, because we have a lot of equipment in there, and so he didn't want us to go through the trouble of having to set up all of our equipment and then waiting there all afternoon. And of course, they have other bond hearings to get to today. But he said that the father may or may not be ready; that they'll check after they finish with the mother. And of course, after deputies took her back, they checked to make sure he was ready. He was not, and so the judge then dismissed us out of the courtroom and said it could happen this morning or it could happen this afternoon. Didn't really specify there. I think they're still trying to figure that out on their end. They told us to check in with the sheriff's office, which of course, like you just mentioned, we have done that already. So we're, like I said, we're camping out here until we get the green light to go back inside.
And we have that bond hearing that Sydney was at. We'll play that for you guys so you guys can see and hear her for the first time.
To the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning,
Hold on, y'all. See what's going on.
this morning.
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
This is their audio.
You contact the public defender's office to complete the application process. Court dates, times, and locations will be included in the paperwork that I'm about to give you, so don't try to keep up with anything in your head. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms that probable cause exists to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. If you want a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I will give you within 10 days, and that 10 days starts today. You will get a copy of everything that you sign. Understand that by signing, know that it is not an admission of guilt or anything other than receipt of the documents as part of this bond hearing process. Please follow the deputy's guidance and sign and initial everywhere that is highlighted in yellow. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Herring, you've been charged with homicide by child abuse. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if convicted, it carries up 20 years to life in prison? Do you understand that? You've also been charged with filing false police report of a felony violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It carries up to 5 years in prison or $5,000 fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or are you going to retain the services? Are you going to retain the services of your own legal counsel?
I can get public assistance.
Okay. So answer a couple of questions for me. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
Transcom.
Transcom?
Yes, sir.
Do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
And on average, what do you typically bring home every 2 weeks?
1,300.
Anybody else live in the household with you?
Yes, sir. The father.
So just one?
Yes, sir.
Does he do anything to contribute to the financial status of the home?
He work at DHL.
All right, this time, you make too much money to qualify for a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
So you're going to need to retain the services of legal counsel on your own.
Wow.
You also have a first court appearance set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. If you're able to bond out, then you'll need to be there for this first appearance. If you have not bonded out on these charges, the sheriff's office will transport you to the courtroom. Does Victim Services have anything they'd like to add to the record this morning?
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
All right. Very good. Is there anyone from law enforcement that is here to put anything on the record? Very well. All right. Ms. Herring, with regards to homicide by child abuse, it carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge and the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set bond. You will have to go before a circuit court judge.
See, did you hear that, Tanya? He's not able to give her a bond, but she can go in front of a circuit court judge that may or may not give her a bond. Let me bag that up so you can hear it. So just because she has no bond right now doesn't necessarily mean she'll be with no bond until she goes to court, because she can go in front of another court, which is the circuit court, and that judge can actually grant her a bond. Yep. That's just the initial no bond right there, right here.
Very well. All right. Ms. Herring, with regards to homicide by child abuse, it carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge and the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set bond. You will have to go before a circuit court judge. The circuit court judge will basically do what I'm doing, but will have the authority to set a bond on you. Sometime within 30 days, you will have that opportunity to go before the circuit court judge. With regards to the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning, there is no bond that is set for you. All right. Thank you very much. If you would just sign initial where it's highlighted in yellow.
Like these 3 stores that I'm saying, like I sold 3 stores already, but I went to the store last.
Gotcha.
I was back. I was back at the washing machine that was right beside the Circle K. Then, like when I was at the Circle K, I was seeing a lot of police and stuff going through, and I was.
So I think this one right here is where they are going to talk about or show the father's bond here. Let's watch. And y'all know it'd be a lot of redundant, repetitiveness in these clips, but yeah, this is how we listen to the facts and remember the facts, okay? So let's listen.
On your side, this is a News 1226 special report as the search continues for Javea Harris.
All right, thank you guys for joining us here on WRDW Plus as we are continuing our coverage of Javea Harris and some of the bond hearings that her parents were a part of. If you're just now joining us or if you're just catching up, we know that Javea's mother actually was denied bond this morning in connection to the filing a false police report. Her father was also supposed to be at that bond hearing this morning at 10 o'clock, but that did not happen. They said he was not ready. We got an updated time from the sheriff's office for 12:30. They were trying to find a judge to get in here because in South Carolina, you have to have a specific judge to handle cases specifically for homicide by child abuse charges. So they have found.
You know what, Ms. Lynn? To be honest, I've never heard where a person, I've never heard a case where a person was denied a public defender. Not saying it don't happen, I'm sure it happens because you have to make a certain amount of money in order to qualify for one. I don't know how that goes. Like because see, $2,600 a month, even though that may say she don't qualify for, that's not a lot of money. And I doubt very seriously they got a lot of money for her to get an attorney. So I don't even know how that works. Like they did say that, Tanya. That's what they said. So with that being said, she's gonna be responsible for getting an attorney, which means a paid attorney. Truth, if you have any money in an account, you don't qualify. Miss B. Okay. I've never heard of a case where somebody was denied one, so I don't know how that goes. But I'm pretty sure that this lady, I don't know for facts though, but I don't see where she would be able to pay for a private attorney. Not making $2,600 a month, and the dad, I don't know how much he makes, but it just don't come across to me as having a whole lot of money, y'all. Now, maybe their family, you know what I'm saying, got money or something. I don't know. But I don't even know how that works. Like when you only making a certain amount of money and you can't afford a private attorney, how does that work? Because she doesn't work now because right. So that's not taken into consideration. I mean, even though she worked when she was on the streets, she of course can't work now. I thought they said if you cannot afford an attorney, we would appoint one. Well, I guess it's guidelines. Like I guess it's a certain amount of money that you have to make or not make in order to qualify. Like that's weird. I'm gonna do some research on it or maybe talk about it when we come back as to what. Cause see, what if she can't afford an attorney? That means if they are hell bent that she don't qualify for a public defender and she can't get a lawyer to take it pro bono, which means for free, she'll have to represent herself. I give you no problem, attorney. Gonna give you the one that the courts will. I've never heard of it either time. I'm sure it's cases where people are, you know what I'm saying, denied public defenders, but I've never covered one. Like, I don't even know how that works. You know what I'm saying? So let's continue to listen. That's crazy. And what are the guidelines? I mean, you must have to be just destitute with no job, no money, because $2,600 a month, that's not a lot of money at all. Not when it comes to hiring an attorney.
That judge, we know that our crews have been escorted back at this time. Of course, we're a little delayed from the 12:30 time frame. So our crews are back in the courtroom right now. We will get live updates as soon as we have them. We'll share those when we learn what Javea's father's fate is with this bond hearing. So I don't know if they're going to bring the mother back in to address the homicide by child abuse charge, because again, this morning the judge said that he did not have the authority to set bond for that charge, but because the filing a false police report charge was connected to the homicide by child abuse charge, that's why he denied bond and held her. So we're not sure if she is going to show back up to the courtroom with the father this afternoon. But again, we do have a crew there who just got escorted back. So we'll bring you live updates as soon as we have them related to this bond hearing. But I know a lot of people have been asking if Javea's body has been found at this time. We do not have confirmation of that. We know that search crews are still out there looking. That's the information we were last given. We know that they are in the area of Great Falls, South Carolina, which is in Chester County, and that's where crews were looking. We know that SLED had their helicopter up yesterday, took off from Columbia at around noontime, did a couple circles in the Great Falls area around water and bodies of water and along the shoreline too of a river or creek over there. So that was the last information we had. We know that there was a mobile command center from the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office, as well as DNR and deputies out there searching, and it was closed to the public as well. So again, if you're just now joining us, Javea's father is now in the courtroom learning his fate with the bond hearing. So we'll see what the judge has to say related to that. They had to get a special judge, a circuit court judge, to address this homicide by child abuse charge, because under state law, when there's an offender who is facing a charge that has to do with life in prison or a very serious crime like this, then you have to have a specific judge to address that. And the judge this morning didn't have the authority to address that. Plus, the father said he was not ready for his bond hearing. So I think while we're waiting for information on that bond hearing, to catch everyone up to speed, can we play the video from the mother's bond hearing this morning? Okay, we'll pull it up here in a second.
Miss B, you leaving in and out the chat? Are you leaving in and out the live? I just gotta ask. Because we just talked about that. We just watched it and we just talked about it. I gotta ask. Are you? Because I gotta ask. Cause you oh okay, that's what it is. Okay, maybe. Okay, thank you, boo. You ain't slow. You are not slow. All right, y'all. They're gonna play her hearing again. We're gonna listen until they come up on heels.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we have the mother's bond hearing from this morning. We'll play that.
She's smoking, Malik. I love you too, Miss. I love you. I don't know why I paused it. I didn't see it this time.
My name is Judge Thornton. Today's date is July 5th, 2026, and you are in bond court. When bond is set, and if you can meet the requirements, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. Your release may necessitate contacting the bonding company for assistance. There is a list of local bonding company names and phone numbers in the back to help. You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and an obligation to attend all court proceedings. If you choose not to attend, you may be tried in your absence. A bench warrant may be issued for your arrest, and you could face additional charges. If your charges are dismissed or you are found not guilty, you also have the right to petition the court to have those charges expunged, which means that they will come off of your criminal history. You have the right to represent yourself, or you can get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start the qualification process today, but it is up to you to follow up. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you contact the Public Defender's Office to complete the application process. Court dates, times, and locations will be included in the paperwork that I'm about to give you, so don't try to keep up with anything in your head. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms if probable cause exists to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. If you want a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I will give you within 10 days, and that 10 days starts today. You will get a copy of everything that you sign. Understand that by signing it, know that it is not an admission of guilt or anything other than a receipt of the documents as part of this bond hearing process.
That's crazy.
Please follow the deputy's guidance and sign and initial everywhere that it is highlighted in yellow. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Herring, you've been charged with homicide by child abuse. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if convicted, it carries up 20 years to life in prison. Do you
Yes.
understand that? You've also been charged with filing false police report of a felony violation. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
It carries up to 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or are you going to retain the services? Are you going to retain the services of your own legal counsel?
I can get public assistance.
Okay. So answer a couple of questions for me. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
Transcom.
Transcom?
Yes, sir.
Do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
And on average, what do you typically bring home every 2 weeks?
1,300.
Anybody else live in the household with you?
Yes, sir. The father.
So just one?
Yes, sir.
Does he do anything to contribute to the financial status of the home?
He work at DHL.
All right, this time, you make too much money to qualify for a court-appointed attorney.
Okay.
So you're going to need to retain the services of legal counsel on your own. You also have a first court appearance set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. If you're able to bond out, then you'll need to be there for this first appearance. If you have not bonded out on these charges, the sheriff's office will transport you to the courtroom. Does Victim Services have anything they'd like to add to the record this morning?
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
All right. Very good. Is there anyone from law enforcement that is here to put anything on the record? Very well. All right. Ms. Harriet, with regards to the homicide by child abuse, it carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge and the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set.
All right, so this was the bond hearing earlier this morning for Mishaela Herring, who is the mother of Javea Harris. She was denied bond for filing that false police report. And
Callie, Khalil, whatever. I don't know what you're listening to. I don't know what you're listening to because that's not what that was said. He said that the man asked him, was he married to Javea's mom? And he said, no, I'm not married to her. She's my girlfriend. That's that. I don't know where you get that. She's not the mom and all that type. I don't know where you heard that at. Hi, Debbie. If you have money in the bank, you should not be able to close your account. So you, girl, and so what? Bye. Nobody got time for that. Talking about what you shouldn't be able to do. Let it go. They know she can't afford an attorney. I agree. She'll get one. I hope. Because when she was in that damn hearing, she sure didn't have one. She didn't have not one. I'm not confused. I just didn't hear correctly. Miss B, trying to start an argument. Ain't nobody got time for that. Can't come for you at all.
you heard the judge talk about this a little bit. He said he did not have the authority to set bond related to the homicide by child abuse charge. So we did just get a live update from Sydney Hood, our reporter there in the courtroom now, who said that Harris, the father, just walked into the courtroom now. So this bond hearing for the father is actively happening. So any updates that she provides, I will bring them live to you right here as we get them. So stick with us as we work to get this information out to you guys. They had to go get a special judge, a circuit court judge, to deal with this because violent crimes require in South Carolina that a specific judge, a circuit court judge, needs to set bond, and homicide by child abuse is one of those charges. They are the ones who have the bond setting authority exclusively for charges like this. But again, you're seeing this footage from earlier this morning for the mother. This was her bond hearing. It's unclear if she's going to show back up to bond court this morning to address the homicide by child abuse charge, but she will have that arraignment, that first appearance on September 18th at 9 a.m. That's when she will enter into a plea of guilty or not guilty at that time. So a little more than a month away before we learn what her plea will end up being. She was in court today by herself, no family, no attorney there. You heard the judge say she does not qualify for a public defender, so she will have to go and retain counsel on her own because she didn't qualify again for public defender status. And you heard that she will have to be, she will adhere to DSS requirements. So Department of Social Services with the state is involved at this time. I know that a lot of people have asked about the baby that she gave birth to when she called 911 and said Javea was missing. We know that she did have a child in the hospital, and that child is with other family at this time. So that's what we know about the situation. Javea's body has still not been recovered as far as we know. That's the last information we have from the sheriff's office. And we know that they were searching up in Great Falls, South Carolina. That's in Chester County. Your Meredith Anderson was up there yesterday and got plenty of photos and videos. And Javea's family actually showed up to the scene. And some of them telling us that they learned about most of this, or that she was deceased because of Facebook posts, which is heartbreaking to hear. So that's the newest update today in the search. For those of you joining us outside the area, this is in Aiken County, South Carolina, right next to Augusta, Georgia. And we are waiting for more information related to the bond hearing for the father of Javea Harris. He is in court right now, and he walked in about 5 minutes ago. So that is going on right now. We should know shortly and get some updates here in the next
Thank you,
minute
Diamond.
or so. We do have a reporter in that courtroom, so I'm looking at some of y'all's questions too, and I'll try to answer them the best we can. And this is some of the video on your screen. You can see before that picture of the Great Falls area where they were doing that search. We were able to find this out. Meredith looked it up yesterday on a website called FlightAware. It's a public website that you can actually track tail numbers. And there's the flight path from SLED's helicopter that took off yesterday at around noon from Columbia. You can actually track this yourself. It's public record, a public website, if you know the tail number. So we were able to look that up online and saw that SLED's helicopter went up there and searched for about 20 minutes or so. And you can see their path and how they were circling around the pond and the water that was in that area, and some of the the banks of it too. So we didn't know why they were up there. They could have been up there for a variety of reasons, and Meredith ended up running into family up there, and we ended up getting that independently confirmed. Excuse me. Did the dad have a hearing yet? That is actively going on. If you guys are unfamiliar with the story, you can actually go to WRDW.com. It's our top story on our website to get up to speed on everything. It's a lot to rehash, and I want to make sure that we're up to date with this bond hearing too. This is the mother, not the stepmother. She's the mother. And people are asking how they knew to search up in the Great Falls area. We're still working to find out what information led them there. We don't know if they got a tip through the tip line or video or photo submissions through their website that they set up too. So we're not clear on what evidence or what tip they got to lead them to Great Falls. It's about 2 hours from Augusta, past Columbia. You can see it there on the map. The hearing that you just saw for the mother was not live. We fed that back and then re-aired it. So that wasn't live. We're not allowed to live stream some of these hearings. So we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait until it's over. Okay, here we go. I've got some information. Okay, for bond court with the dad, I'm going to read over this real quick to make sure I have it straight. Okay. So we can confirm that bond has been denied for Javiah Harris's father now. So bond denied for both parents in this case. I'll read to you some notes that we got from our reporter here in the courtroom, but this is breaking. The father has been denied bond. The mother, we knew earlier this morning, was also denied bond. So same judge as earlier presiding over this case. So he was not a circuit court judge. He couldn't address this situation with the homicide by child abuse. So again, it carries 20 years to life in prison. From the notes, they said when the judge asked the father if he wanted to see if he qualified for a court-appointed attorney, he struggled to answer and then asked the judge to repeat the question. So the judge said, let's see if you qualify for an attorney. He said he was employed by DHL Ridgestone, gets paid weekly, doesn't know how much, and said when asked if there are any others in the household, he said, my girlfriend, and then in a softer tone said, my child. He's not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, so he will have to find counsel on his own. The judge said a circuit court judge will handle bond, but the judge said today that bond is being denied and being transferred to a circuit court judge. So there's more to all of this. They will be back in court. It's unknown when that will be. So we're going to have to figure that out. Again, we know that Mishaela Herring's first appearance will be on September 18th at 9 a.m., where she'll enter into a plea. So we're going to work on getting some of that video back. They've got to get out of the courtroom and get some more information. Then they'll feed that back to us, and then we will get that on this stream as soon as we can, so you guys can get your first look and first video look at him and hear what he had to say and hear what the judge had to say in court as well.
This is the thing. Together, they must make a decent amount of money a month. We know she made what, 20? What she said, 1,300. So that's 2,600 a month. He get paid weekly apparently, but he get paid weekly. It's an amount to where he don't even qualify. So they made a. Why was this baby? Okay, because see, y'all do know the charge is murder by child abuse. So I don't know if they beat her to death, starved her to death. What the hell was going on with these two? They was making money. They're not, what I'm saying is they're not the usual suspects. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know. And I'm sure it's all going to come out. I'm sure it's all going to come out what they did. Somebody had to talk in order for them to be, I'm going to tell you, somebody had to talk in order for them to be arrested. And then somebody had to talk in order for those police to redirect their search efforts. Because in this moment, they're searching an area, right? And somebody had to confess to, because see, they ain't just come out and say they believed her to be deceased. If y'all pay attention to the verbiage. Y'all know I play close attention to the verbiage. They didn't say we believe her to be deceased. They said we know she's deceased. And we're looking for her body, right? you two might as well take a plea deal if offered, because it looks like you're not going to have an attorney. Yeah. The cops didn't say they believed her to be deceased. They say they know she's deceased, right? Somebody had to confess something. And not only that, they had to have said where they dumped her body, because the police are now searching a specific area, right? But if it's been over a month, anything could have happened. I don't want to say what many things could have happened. You add the elements of it being hot as hell in America, you add animals, you add all type of stuff. So even though they may have told them where they dumped her body, it still may be kind of hard to find her. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, somebody's talking. Somebody has talked. Somebody has confessed. They have said what happened to this little girl, and I'm just waiting to see when they put it out there. It's sad. It's really, really sad. Beautiful baby. I don't understand how anybody can harm any child, but when you look at a child, when you look at them, the innocence, you know what I'm saying? Like the innocence. Where you get that from, Miss B? Where you get that from? I mean, the innocence, and she's so gorgeous. She's beautiful. Babies, babies and stuff, you just want to hug. You know what I'm saying? You want to hug and love on them. I don't understand how people can do this. How do y'all know this? Watching clips. Okay. I've been watching clips too. I ain't seen it. Maybe I see it tonight when I go research. All right. Because, see, watching clips for me, I can't watch clips and just go by what every person say or every content creator say. Y'all know 95% of my content is the news, which the news ain't even reliable these day and ages. But I just don't listen to a whole bunch of different live streams of people coming up with assumptions and stuff. I can't do that. That's too much for me. Y'all say the man look crazy. Shit, they both look crazy to me because they both guilty. Well, allegedly. Yeah, that's why he said, right. Yeah. I mean, yeah. This is crazy. It's crazy. What are they doing? Let me see. I think they waiting.
Just reading some updates.
Oh, he reading some updates. Okay. I'm waiting for them to show him in court. It's involved, maybe anger issues, no excuse though. Both guilty, even everyone did it in one cover it up on her. It's a shame. I think she looks off too. Did you know how they came up with the parents did it? I just talked about that. I just talked about how I think they came up with the parents did it. Somebody talked. Somebody broke under the pressure. Had to. Because they know for a fact that the baby's not here. And they know for a fact that the baby's been missing for a month. Somebody talked. Yep. Thing about mental illness, you still know right from wrong. A lot of people use it. And some people actually get away with it. It could hurt my child and I stay silent. Oh, no, don't apologize, sugar. You good. You are good, baby doll. Yeah, it's somebody had to have talked because, like I say, I'm going to point out to you again why I think so, because they didn't, in that news conference, they didn't say that they thought the baby was deceased. They said she is, which means one of them or both of them told them that baby was no longer with us. They also confessed that the baby been missing for over a month. And the police have now narrowed their search down to a specific area, which means I'm thinking that whoever is talking told where they dumped the body. Yeah.
All right. Again, the father's bond was just denied. Let me see. There's more information here. I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so the circuit court will hear bond with... Okay, here we've got some video for you guys.
No, that's not Sugar, but I do. That's not Sugar Delights, but no, that's not Sugar Delights. Oh wait, this ain't that Sugar. No. That's not Sugar Delights. I think she's the one that talked. That's why she called and said the baby was missing. I think that burden became too heavy for her. That's just my opinion. Oh, okay, Miss Lynn. Makes sense. I'm legally 5150 due to trauma, but I do know not to break the law. I know that's right, Miss B. Because they don't always take that offense in our cases. I mean, they don't always accept that defense in our cases, right? They don't. And when I say our, you know what I mean. Other persuasions use it all the time. They don't ever accept that in our case. You got to be you just got to be, you know what I'm saying? Child. Okay, here's the day's bond hearing, y'all. They don't want to play.
Yeah, this just happened. So we're feeding this back here as quickly as we can. I mean, this just happened. So you guys are getting your first look with me. I'm also seeing this for the first time with you guys.
Mr. Harris. Yes, sir. Today is Sunday, July 5th, 2026. My name is Judge Thornton. You're in bond court. When bond is set, and if you can meet the requirements of the bond, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. You've been charged with homicide by child abuse, which carries a prison sentence, if convicted, of 20 years to life. You understand that? Yes. You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and obligation to attend all court proceedings. You have the right to represent yourself and get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start that qualification process today, but it's up to you to follow up. Your case is going to be heard in General Sessions Court. So after today's preliminary application, you will be given an opportunity to meet with the Public Defender's Office to confirm if that's the direction you want to go. Court dates, times, and locations of all future court dates and proceedings will be included in the paperwork that I give you today. Charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you also have a right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms that there's probable cause sufficient to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. Understanding all this and the charges and the penalties that you face, do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or do you plan on contesting these charges by retaining your own legal counsel?
I don't have an attorney or a lawyer yet. But I'm just Can you repeat the question?
Let's just see if you qualify. So a court-appointed attorney. Are you employed anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
DHL Bridgestone.
Say that again for me.
DHL Bridgestone.
And do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Weekly.
Weekly. And what do you, on average, bring home every week?
It was my first check. I haven't seen it yet.
So you don't know?
No, sir.
All right, besides you, how many live in the household with you?
Just me, my girlfriend, and my child.
Okay, does she contribute to the financial status of the house as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue, Southeast in Aiken. So once again, don't try to keep up with all these numbers and dates in your head. It'll be a part of the paperwork that I'll give you in just a few minutes. Remember that you also have a right to request a preliminary hearing, and the paperwork included as well. You've got 10 days to submit that paperwork, and that 10 days starts today. Now, with regards to the charge, bond, you're here to have a bond set, but this court does not have the authority or the jurisdiction to set bond for a sentence of a crime that could get you life in prison. So today's bond is being denied, and it's also being transferred to the circuit court, where a circuit court judge will hear this case within the next 30 days, and a circuit court judge will set the bond for the charge. But for now, there is no bond. All right? And I do not qualify you at this point for a court-appointed attorney. So it would be my advice to you to seek legal counsel to represent you as you move forward. All right, best of luck to you. We're adjourned.
With Victim Services, we are asking that he complies with DSS requirements.
Yes. Thank you, Victim Services. I appreciate that. You comply with DSS's requirements. All right. That's a condition of the bond.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you. All right,
Well, there you have it. There's the bond hearing for Demaria Harris, who is the father of 4-year-old Javea Harris, who is still missing tonight, but is believed to be deceased at this time. You heard the judge say, good luck to you, as he seeks legal counsel or tries to find legal counsel and proceeds with his court hearings as well. So if you guys are just catching up here, the mother, Mishaila Herring, was arrested and charged just like the father was, and had her bond hearing earlier this morning. That was denied, but this judge does not have the authority. You heard him say it does not have the authority to set bond for a homicide by child abuse case because it's a charge that could lead to life in prison or death. So this judge does not have the authority to set a bond for a charge like that in South Carolina. So it has to go to a circuit court judge, and that will be held in the next 30 days or so, where that judge will hear this case and then set bond. So they are essentially held until that hearing happens, where they will go before another circuit court judge and they will hear their case, and then bond will be set at that time as well. So that is the latest update with this case. We still do not have any update on the search for Javea Harris. All we know is that yesterday, DNR, law enforcement, and SLED's helicopter were up in Great Falls, South Carolina, which is Chester County in the upstate, past Columbia, about 2 hours from Augusta. They were up there searching. At the time, we didn't know why they were searching, but we did end up hearing from from some of Javea's family members who showed up to the scene there. Some of them telling us they heard about some of this news over Facebook, which is just absolutely heartbreaking. And we heard from the sheriff yesterday that this is one of the hardest things that he's ever had to announce in his 30-plus years of law enforcement. And you can find our full coverage on our website, WRDW.com, too. We are in Augusta, Georgia. We cover a lot of South Carolina and Georgia, if you guys are unfamiliar with where we are. Great Falls is past Columbia from where we are, is what I mean. Are we planning to have Sydney live at all? Do we know? Or are we not going to do that? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I know some of you guys are wanting the backstory to this case. I can do a little roundup. I'll be on here for a little bit. We've been live a lot today, so you guys can find a lot of our coverage, our previous coverage online too. But this all started on Tuesday this week, where initially there was a report of a missing 4-year-old at around 8:15, 8:45, and a lot of us got the alerts at around 12.
Probably gonna start repeating the same stuff over and over again, but this is the thing. I got We got 30 more minutes on this live. So I'm going to play one of the videos that I have from Carlos King. He don't do nothing but replay what hold on, y'all. I'm gonna pick one of these two because they have the same thing too as well, but I'm not for sure. Let's try this one. And I'm not sure, like I said, what's gonna be in this video. If I deem fit, we'll stop it. But this one I'm gonna share on my community wall, Crime Pocket TV.
And I said, "Oh my Lord, there are cops everywhere. What's going on?"
Crime Pocket TV, y'all. Let's get into it. I'm gonna shout them out on my wall. Y'all go hit the thumbs up on this video for me, please. All right, let's get into it.
And I said, "Oh my Lord, there are cops everywhere. What's going on?"
A developing story out of Aiken County tonight. The FBI is now part of a search for a missing 4-year-old girl. According to the sheriff's office in Aiken County, Javia Harris was last seen around 8:15 last night.
Hold on, y'all.
Javia Harris was last seen around 8:15 last night. On social media, the FBI says authorities are canvassing the girl's neighborhood, collecting security video, and searching with helicopters and drones. We will continue to bring you updates on this story as we learn more.
She was 3 feet 6 inches tall, 42 pounds, pink beads clipped into her braids. She loved Minnie Mouse. She loved chasing chickens around her family's coop. And she loved people, any people, strangers included. She'd walk right up to someone she'd never met and start talking, because nobody had ever taught her to be afraid. Hold on to that detail. It's going to matter. This is the case of Javia Harris, 4 years old. And what happened to her turned a quiet South Carolina community into the site of one of the largest child search operations the state has seen in years. 200 officers, helicopters, K-9 units, thousands of acres searched inch by inch. And when the sheriff finally stood in front of the cameras to give an update, he said something no parent, no officer, and no community should ever have to hear. Beach Island, South Carolina, western edge of Aiken County, small, quiet, the kind of place where everybody's business is everybody's business. And a missing child isn't just a headline. It's personal for the whole town. Javia Kamani Harris lived here with her parents. Michelai Herring, 22. Jo Maria Harris, 23.
All right, let me read
they stayed
this.
near Hillsborough Street and Ridgecrest Road.
Let me read this right quick, y'all.
At the time all this was unfolding, Herring was pregnant,
because you getting on my
due to give birth.
Yeah, because you mispronouncing these people's names. You getting on my nerves. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me read this article that Miss B sent me. Thank you, Miss B. So Javia Harris' parents confessed. Warrant show 911 call released. Okay. This was updated 2 hours ago. This was published 2 hours ago. So let me read this. Hold on a minute. All right, let me read this. Arrest warrants reveal that the parents of 4-year-old Javia Harris confessed in the case involving the girl's death. The warrants also blame the girl's death on abuse at the hands of, you know what, man, listen, let me tell y'all something. And y'all gonna think I'm crazy. Y'all really gonna think I'm crazy. So you probably gonna whoop my ass. Miss B gonna float cag me. Hell, just listen to me, listen. So when y'all saw those mugshots, right? Y'all were putting in the chat. He looked crazy. His eyes look crazy. Talking about the daddy, remember? Y'all say he looked. Y'all say he looked crazy, right? And I said I didn't say anything, right? Okay, so I looked at both hearings. I paid attention to them in both hearings. And I was thinking to myself, okay, The mama look and sound a little off. The daddy, I'm looking at this man, right? And y'all know how I am about the eyes. I'm looking at his eyes, y'all. And I'm thinking to myself, I didn't say it out loud. I did not say it out loud. But I'm thinking to myself, the mama did it. And the reason why I didn't say it out loud, because I don't know that. But that's just what I felt. That's just what I felt. Because I was looking at this man. I'm going to replay it for y'all. And I'm gonna show y'all what I mean by what I say. The mama seemed a little detached from what was going on. The daddy, if you look at his face, and I hate to say it because I know both of them are charged. I know he had to have some kind of hand in it, whether he covered it up or whatever. But I'm looking at his face, and I actually see pain, y'all. I actually saw pain. And I know it's weird. I know it's crazy. And y'all know I have zero tolerance for grown adults that abuse, kill, harm, hurt a child. But I'm just telling y'all what I saw. Now, Miss B just sent me this article. She just sent it. Am I right, Miss B? And let me read what this says. Arrest warrants revealed. The parents of 4-year-old JaVale Harris confessed in the case involving the girl's death. The warrants also blamed the girl's death on abuse at the hands of her mother. Hey, Room Shaker. Good to see you. Meanwhile, the Aiken County Sheriff's Office on Monday also released a recording of last week's 911 call by the girl's mother reporting her missing. This after Aiken County Sheriff Marty Sawyer said investigators believe the child is no longer alive and hasn't been for a month. JaVale's parents, Jomaria Harris and Michelle I can't even pronounce their names while I'm talking about AI. This Harry have been arrested and charged with homicide by child abuse. Both were denied bond. Heron faces an additional charge of filing a false police report. Heron called authorities last week to report her daughter missing after a massive search. Authorities said Saturday they think the girl had been dead for a month before she was reported missing. Arrest warrants released Monday say both parents confessed. The warrants state that the parents failed to seek medical attention for the girl. Listen, oh my God. Shout out to you, Miss B. Y'all know I can't see everything. I don't see everything. I don't. But y'all be sending me some good shit. The warrants state that the parents failed to seek medical attention for the girl after she suffered an injury from physical abuse at the hands of Harry, which is the mom. It happened around June 5th, according to the warrants. See, this is why the daddy is charged too. Even though the mama issued the blow or whatever she did to the baby, he did not report it. He helped her cover it up. He did not seek medical attention for the baby. See, he was complicit. Remember how earlier we was talking about if you drive somebody to go rob somebody and they go in the house to rob the person and end up killing them, you're going to be charged with murder too as well, because you was participating in a crime that led to a murder. So you're going to be charged with robbery and murder, even though you didn't pull the trigger. He's guilty, according to the warrants, because he did not report it. He helped cover it up, right? And he did not seek medical attention for that baby, which make him, if you think about it, just as sick as the mama. But to answer people's question, the mama is the one that did it. So this is the transcript of the 911 call, right? She said, I can't find, she called. The emergency dispatch said emergency 39 Hillsborough Street. The mom stated, I can't find my baby. Then she said, yes, ma'am. She said she was outside playing, and I came out here after cooking dinner a little bit, and I'm looking for her, and I'm reading it the way it's written, y'all. And I'm looking for her, but I don't see her nowhere. The dispatcher said, how old is the baby? The mom says she's 4. The dispatcher says, all right, what was she wearing? She said she has a little pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had me in pink beads. I'm reading the way it's written, y'all. She said, all right, what was she wearing? She has pink Minnie Mouse pajamas, and she had me in pink beads. She had braids. Okay, how long ago did you see her, ma'am? What was the last time you saw her? I just came up here like no less than 20 or 30 minutes. I went in the house to cook dinner, and that's really hard. It's time to come in once it starts getting dark. And when I came out here, maybe she was pretending to cry some shit, because the dispatcher said, okay, just take a breath for me, okay? I already have them on the way to you, okay? Do you know where she might be heading? Okay, you have any family or friends that live around the area? No, but she usually try to take in big cats for me, and I must have been looking through the woods and tried to see if I see her, but I don't see her nowhere. What's your name? My name is Michelle A. That's what it sounds. That's what it's pronounced. Spelled as, but I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation. What's her name? Harris. I couldn't find her first name. Spelled Javea. I wasn't here. I'm 39 weeks pregnant. I can't keep up with her like that. You should have known something was wrong when that bitch said that. If I had heard that, I'd have said, oh, this bitch ain't right. What you mean you can't keep up with her like that? Okay, and was anybody else out there with her like that? Was anybody else out there with her like was out there with her? Any friends, kids playing? Neither one of these motherfuckers can talk. The way our yard is set up is nothing. Does she have any health issues, any mental issues, anything like that? She was attending, but she's not trying to force. But they have no diagnosis all the way. What? Okay. I'm going to post this shit on as a short so y'all can read it for yourself, because, baby, she's very smart, though. She don't seem on talk. She talk. Yeah, she could carry a full conversation. Okay, you didn't see any vehicles before you went inside or anything like that. I came out here and I can't even find this. Okay. There are certain places she likes to play outside usually. The chicken coop, and that's usually where I find out everything. And I just look in here and she's not in here. Okay, is there any bodies of water nearby? Okay. Oh, I don't know, ma'am. Me and my husband just not purchasing this house. I don't know about this area. Now, she calls him her husband. He says she not his wife. They may be common law. I don't know about this area much, but it's not a good area. I tell you that. It's not good. Okay, you said you searched the woods. Is that behind your house? Yes, it's like a pathway right behind my house. And we usually take the dog sometimes in the woods to just let them run, and she'll come. So I know she knows. That's all it did. Oh, down the same way that we won't. I don't see her. The father didn't do right by his daughter. He should have reported. Have you checked with neighbors to see if they've seen her? No, ma'am. I'm literally called. Like, I called you like 10 minutes after I stepped outside. The cops are pulling up right now. All right, go ahead and talk to them, okay? So, in Fairfield County, on Monday, law enforcement agencies were back out searching in Fairfield County, apparently for the girl's body. The search is taking place not far from where the parents are originally from, about 2 hours north of Aiken. It was taking place near, what's that? Dubitary Creek, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, and the Fairfield County Sheriff's Office, along with several unmarked cars, were at the scene over the weekend. SCDNR had boats, a drone team, and ATVs deployed. Family members have also been seen searching the area. Bond denied. The parents were denied bond after separate hearings on Sunday. During Michelle's hearing Sunday at around 10:30, we learned that based on her filing a false police report, Herring will be held without bond. No attorneys were present. And this is basically recapping what they said in court. I'm not going to read all that. I'm going to post it as a short. But yeah, y'all, according to the warrants, according to the confessions, the mom did it and the father did nothing. Let me go back and then we're going to get off of here, but I'm going to go back and show y'all what I was talking about. And we'll talk some more about this tomorrow because I got some more footage I want to show y'all. But let me show y'all what I was talking about. Hold on. This thing's getting on my nerves.
We've been live a lot today, so you guys can find a lot of our coverage, our previous coverage online too. But this all started on Tuesday this week, where initially,
y'all tell me right quick, do y'all want me to play hers and his now that we know what we know, so y'all can pay attention to what I was saying? Y'all want me to play hers first and then play his, or just play his? Which one y'all want me to do? Let me know right quick and I got you. Do y'all want me to play hers and his? Because I'm going to replay his. Because I'm going to show y'all what I'm talking about. But do y'all want me to play hers too? Let me see if y'all type it. Play hers. You want to play hers too? Okay, let me play hers first. You think he's trying to get a deal? He doesn't deserve shit. I don't know. I don't know if a deal has even been spoken about. I don't know. They confessed. All right,
we're now live, and you were at the bond hearing this morning. We were hoping to see the
would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning,
y'all know that's their video acting up.
This morning.
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
Oh, wait a minute. I think that's... Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I think that was the end. Or maybe not.
You contact the public defender's office to complete the application process. Court dates, times, and locations will be included in the paperwork that I'm about to give you, so don't try to keep up with anything in your head. For charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms if probable cause exists to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. If you want a preliminary hearing, you need to submit the form I will give you within 10 days, and that 10 days starts today. You will get a copy of everything that you sign. Understand that by signing, know that it is not an admission of guilt or anything other than receipt of the documents as part of this bond hearing process. Please follow the deputy's guidance and sign an initial everywhere that is highlighted in yellow. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Herring, you've been charged with homicide by child abuse. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand that if convicted, it carries up 20 years to life in prison. You
Yes.
understand that? You've also been charged with filing a false police report of a felony violation. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
It carries up to 5 years in prison or a $5,000 fine. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or are you going to retain the services? Are you going to retain the services of your own legal counsel?
I can get public assistance.
Okay. So answer a couple of questions for me. Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
And where do you work?
Transcom.
Transcom?
Yes, sir.
Do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly?
Bi-weekly.
And on average, what do you typically bring home every 2 weeks?
1,300.
Anybody else live in the household with you?
Yes, sir. The father.
So just one?
Yes, sir.
Does he do anything to contribute to the financial status of the home?
He work at DHL.
All right, this time, you make too much money to qualify for a court-appointed attorney. So you're going to need to retain services of legal counsel on your own. You also have a first court appearance set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue Southeast in Aiken. If you're able to bond out, then you'll need to be there for this first appearance. If you have not bonded out on these charges, the Sheriff's Office will transport you to the courtroom. Does Victim Services have anything they'd like to add to the record this morning?
Yes, we ask that she complies with DSS requirements.
All right. Very good. Is there anyone from law enforcement that is here to put anything on the record? Very well. All right. Ms. Herring, with regards to a homicide by child abuse, it carries 20 years to life if convicted. Based on the severity of the charge and the penalty that it carries, I do not have the authority to set bond. You will have to go before a circuit court judge. The circuit court judge will basically do what I'm doing, but will have the authority to set a bond on you. Sometime within 30 days, you will have that opportunity to go before the circuit court judge. With regards to the filing false police report of a felony violation, that bond would have been set for $5,000, but because it's connected to the homicide charge, I'm going to deny bond. So these two are going to be connected together, and a circuit court judge will hear that. So as of this morning, there is no bond that is set for you. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. If you would just sign the initial where it's highlighted in yellow.
All right, let's go to the day. Oh, let's watch her. All right, let's go to the days. Hold on.
I know some of you guys are wanting the backstory to this case. I can do a little roundup. I'll be on here for a little bit. We've been live a lot today, so you guys can find a lot of our coverage, our previous coverage online.
Hold on 1 second. We're gonna go to the day now, y'all.
We've got some video for you guys. This just happened. So we're feeding this back here as quickly as we can. I mean, this just happened. So you guys are getting your first look with me. I'm also seeing this for the first time with you guys.
Mr. Harris. Today is Sunday, July 5th, 2026. My name is Judge Thornton. You're in bond court. When bond is set, and if you can meet the requirements of the bond, you will be released from this facility. However, being released on bond will have no effect on your charges or your day in court. You've been charged with homicide by child abuse, which carries a prison sentence, if convicted, of 20 years to life. You understand that? Yes. You have the right to a jury trial. You also have the right and obligation to attend all court proceedings. You have the right to represent yourself and get your own attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, the court may appoint an attorney to represent you. We will start that qualification process today, but it's up to you to follow up. Your case is going to be heard in General Sessions Court. So after today's preliminary application, you will be given an opportunity to meet with the Public Defender's Office to confirm if that's the direction you want to go. Court dates, times, and locations of all future court dates and proceedings will be included in the paperwork that I give you today. Charges that will be heard in General Sessions Court, you also have a right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing does not determine if you are guilty or not guilty. It simply confirms that there's probable cause sufficient to move forward to trial with the charges that you face. Understanding all this and the charges and the penalties that you face, do you want to see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney, or do you plan on contesting these charges by retaining your own legal counsel?
I don't have an attorney or a lawyer yet. I'm just Can you repeat the question?
Let's just see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Are you employed anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
DHL Bridgestone.
Say that again for me.
DHL Bridgestone.
And do you get paid weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly? Weekly. And what do you, on average, bring home every week?
It was my first check. I haven't seen it.
So you don't know?
Yes, sir.
All right, besides you, how many of us live in the household with you?
Just me, my girlfriend, and my child.
Okay, does she contribute to the financial status of the house as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also have a first initial court appearance date set up for September 18th of this year at 9 a.m. in the main courtroom at the Aiken County Judicial Center, 109 Park Avenue, Southeast in Aiken. So once again, don't try to keep up with all these numbers and dates in your head. It'll be a part of the paperwork that I'll give you in just a few minutes. Remember that you also have a right to request a preliminary hearing, and the paperwork included as well. You've got 10 days to submit that paperwork, and that 10 days starts today. Now, with regards to the charge, bond, you're here to have a bond set, but this court does not have the authority or the jurisdiction to set a bond for a sentence of a crime that could get you life in prison. So today's bond is being denied, and it's also being transferred to the circuit court, where a circuit court judge will hear this case within the next 30 days, and a circuit court judge will set the bond for the charge. But for now, there is no bond, right? And I do not qualify you at this point for a court-appointed attorney. So it would be my advice to you to seek legal counsel to represent you as you move forward. Right, best of luck to you. We're adjourned.
With Victim Services, we are asking that he complies with DSS requirements.
Yes. Thank you, Victim Services. I appreciate that. You comply with DSS's requirements. All right. That's a condition of the bond.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
There you have it. There's the bond hearing for Jamaria Harris, who is the father of 4-year-old Javea Harris, who is still missing tonight, but is believed to be deceased at this time. You heard the judge say.
So, did y'all see what I meant in the difference in their did y'all see what I meant about the difference in their appearances and just how I'm just saying, like, something is off. But according to the arrest warrants, according to the confessions, the mom is the one that unalived the daughter, the baby. Okay, and the reason why the dad is being charged, because like I said, he did not report it. He helped her cover it up, and he did not call for help for the baby. So he's just as guilty as her. Okay. Yeah, the whole demeanor. Yeah, it's totally different. Thank you, Jesse. It's just totally different. Totally different. But yeah, y'all, this is gonna be it for today. I've had enough talk about this today. We'll be back tomorrow though, y'all. So shout out to everyone that joined the live, that participated in the live, that's still here. Shout out to everyone that support. Make sure y'all double tap the screen if you hadn't already. We'll be back tomorrow morning to discuss this and other updates that I've already seen that I have. So we're gonna get into it on tomorrow. But yeah, listen, y'all just pray for the family. There is other family members that's grieving. I don't know about these damn parents, but hey. But yeah, y'all pray for the family. Thank you, Lady Marie. And we'll be back tomorrow to discuss it further, okay? Along with other updates, all right? I appreciate y'all so much for the support. Y'all, please continue to have a blessed, beautiful rest of the day. I see you on the other side. Right, Miss B? Right. But until then, y'all be safe, be blessed, and never stress. And until the next time, Truth Seekers stand up. And we out. Y'all be good, okay? I see y'all in about 30, 45 minutes. All right.